Starting the next shelf, up the top we have a print of the main character from the webcomic Ava's Demon. So this is Ava. I really like this webcomic. I follow it. I own the books for it as well that have been released in print. Really wonderful story. Give it a shot if you have not yet tried it. For people who've watched my pickup videos, there's also another print from this series that I often have in the background. Just as, decoration, artwork. In front is a tiny Nendoro Petit of Kino from Kino's Journey. This was the very first Kino figure that I ever bought, and was the only one I was expected to buy for a long time. Nowadays, we have lots of Kino merch, but back then, no, we didn't. And the motorcycle is not Hermes, but it's close enough to Hermes that I decided to pose the two together. And up the top we just have some manga. These are 9 volumes of the 10 volumes for this series that we own. So the third volume isn't here just because my sister is reading it. She has been forever. She just doesn't read. She's very slowly motivated to get through things, and the thickness of Umineko is, I think, a bit of a turn-off for her. But this is actually her series, the first 10 volumes of Umineko When They Cry, which is kind of the sister series to Igurashi When They Cry. This series did have an anime, but it wasn't a full adaptation, and thus, if you want to know the longer story and the complete story of the visual novels, you can either play the visual novels, which is obviously a good option, but although I think are they available less legally in English? I think so. I don't remember. Or you can read the manga, which Yen Press is putting out. There's a lot of volumes. They're all omnibuses. They're very big, and we are very behind. As you can tell, I think part 8, which is, or storyline 8, which I believe is the ending, or close to the ending, is the current books that are being released. So it's pretty much finished in English, but we are way behind, about halfway through the series at this point. And I don't know when or if we're going to be getting more of the series. It is really good though. I do like it. It's kind of a a locked room murder case with or murder mystery with a supernatural twist, like with Igurashi When They Cry. Same kind of idea, really solid, and a little bit more, magical and European compared to Igurashi, which is a lot more Japanese. It feels Japanese. That's set in small town Japan. This is set in Japan, but it's set on a tiny private island, and it's a little bit different feel and kind of different twists to it. So if you like Igurashi, check out this one. It is pretty solid. On the actual first shelf is the beginning of my DVD-sized box sets for anime. The first one is Antique Bakery. I've already spoken about this series already. This is the only of Fumio Yoshinaga's titles to have an anime release. This is put out by Nozomi Entertainment, or Right Stuff's anime publisher, I guess. Wonderful series, very funny. This is the limited edition set. You can't get this set anymore, but you can still buy the show just on a standard DVD release. It's really good, really wonderful. If you're a fan of Yoshinaga, I highly encourage you to pick it up. It's a pretty solid adaptation of the manga, fairly complete adaptation of the manga as well. It's just really wonderful to see all these characters interact, and it's nice to have a Yoshinaga title get an anime as well. The What Did You Eat Yesterday does have a drama, live action drama, which is cool, but I don't have access to it, so I can't watch it. And this one I think lends itself a little bit more to an anime compared to that. I think really the only other series that has a chance of becoming an anime, and this is like a really slim chance, is Oku, and that would really be dependent on what studio was making it and when it was airing. But this one is fairly self-contained, and I do think it's a fairly good introduction to Yoshinaga's work. It is wonderful, and I'm really, really happy that I bought this years and years ago, and I'm really happy that I do have this particular limited edition. Natsume's limited editions are basically a series of the thin keep cases, the single disc skinny cases, and then usually a booklet as well. That's what this is. Nothing super duper too fancy. We have main characters on this side, as you can see, skinny little discs and a booklet, and then just more art on the back side of it. It's, yeah, I mean, Yoshinaga, what do you... I don't really need any more convincing. That's all I need, but I know you guys might not be as in love with her work as I am. It's got some great performances. The seiyuu are wonderful. I also want to say that the series, like, it really captures the comedy and the tone, and it switches between the dramatic and the humorous very, very easily. It really captures the way that Yoshinaga is able to capitalize on that and switch so easily between tones in a really natural way and without it feeling overwrought. Here we have another box set that I made. This is for Ofuri, or Big Windup. This contains the 2 half-season sets of the first season that Funimation put out, and then the second season set that Nozomi put out. This is a baseball series based off of a manga about a anxious and quiet and nervous young teen who loves baseball but doesn't have any self-confidence. In middle school, he was on a team that was really, really mean to him. His catcher, because he is a pitcher, so he throws the ball. For those who aren't sports people, he throws the ball, pitches the ball, and his catcher, i.e. the second half of probably the most important roles within baseball, didn't get along with him, hated him, kind of gave up on him because his pitch was very slow, and therefore it was really easy for hitters to hit the ball, and so the team would always blame him and his bad pitching for losing their games. They're all throughout middle school. And his perception of it as well was that he was the grandson of the principal, so he thought that he was undeserving of the pitching role just because, oh, I only got this because my grandpa is the principal, so I didn't get this on my own merits. And he's a really nervous, anxious little kid. He's a teenager, but he stutters, he's really shy, and he's really, he doesn't want to do anything bad by anyone. He's a sweetheart. I love Mihashi. But he decides that after he, quote-unquote, ruins his last year baseball in his last year of middle school for the whole team, he decides he's going to just completely change schools and join another school where nobody knows about him, and he doesn't really want to play baseball, but at the same time he really loves baseball. Like he's nervous and he has no self-confidence, but at the same time he's quite stubborn. He wants to be playing baseball, he wants to be pitching, and so he starts to go to a new school who up until this year hasn't really had a baseball team or a boys baseball team. And so this is the first year they're trying to, coincidentally, they're trying to rejuvenate, re-engage the students to play baseball and to get a stronger baseball team. And so the large focus of this series is these two characters on the box here, Mihashi, our pitcher, and then Abe, Takaya, who is the catcher, and their relationship. It's very sweet. I really like this series, how much it focuses on the mental training of athletes, because obviously, like, a huge part of sports is the physical, and that's kind of what a lot of sports series focuses on. But this series really focuses on overcoming the mental pressure of being, if you do something wrong, you could ruin, you could screw the game for the whole team, and the kind of effects of that. It's really good. It's really sweet. All of these boys are good boys. Another one where I really love the whole team. They're all a very different, very eclectic mix of personalities, but they're all really lovely to read about and supportive. And it's really nice to see Mihashi gain some confidence, because although his pitches are slow, and although his pitching was really easy for batters to hit in middle school, it's Abe who recognizes that he has Mihashi has amazing accuracy, way better accuracy than even professional pitchers. He has a 9 square grid where he can aim for, and even if his balls are kind of slower than a lot of other people, if he can aim for spots that they're not expecting, and that batters, if they kind of take them too lightly, they may strike out, they can use that to their advantage. And through their partnership, through the communication of the two, and supporting each other like a good battery should, Mihashi realizes, or kind of learns about the potential that his pitching has. And it's so good, guys. It's so good. It's very sweet. I love this series a lot. It's one of those series where I really wish we had the manga in any form legally available in English. I would buy it. I know, like, no one else would. And it's kind of a longer series. It's at 30 volumes right now. And it's a slow release type of series as well. I think it's monthly. And it went on hiatus for a little bit, maybe. I don't know. It takes a while for chapters to come out, or in volumes to come out in Japan. So it's kind of a slow but steady wins the race type of series. And like I said with Cross Game, I don't know why there's not a huge amount of baseball manga available in English legally, but this is one where I would absolutely buy this if somebody decided to put it out. They're not going to, because it's long and it's a kind of not super hype sports series along the lines of Haikyuu or Kuroko's basketball. But if they put it out in omnibuses, just anyway, or even just digital only, I would buy it. Please, publishers, let me give you my money, because I will. I love this series a lot, and this is a sports series that I think it definitely was before its time. The first season of anime did not sell well for the US, for Funimation at all, which is why they never licensed the second season. And it wasn't until a couple years ago that Right Stuff finally licensed the second season, which was just super duper surprising, because when the anime was licensed, this was before the sports boom in kind of anime and manga fandom. Haikyuu wasn't a thing, and Kuroko and Yomushi Pedal and all of these series hadn't really gotten a huge fan base, or hadn't even started in some cases. So sports series weren't a priority for nerds. I mean, this was kind of proven time and time again with the terrible sales of the show, the first season of this show in English. I'm sure that Cross Game and even Slam Dunk, for how beloved it is, was definitely an outlier. Sports series weren't things that publishers were looking at. But now, they are things that publishers are looking at, and I wish, I hope, I dream that we may see the manga in some form someday, because it's wonderful. And a season 3 wouldn't be amiss either, Japan, although, again, I don't know how well it's sold just in Japan either, like how well it's sold generally. But it's a really good show, and I love the characters, and I love our main battery, and they are good boys. They are good boys. And also their coach, who is a lady. She is awesome. And again, I love her. Really, really good. Yes, we have reached the only thing that matters in the collection. My Chihayafuru DVD Blu-ray sets. Aside from my hyperbolic intro to the series, I don't really need to introduce this series on my channel. Long-time viewers will know, in fact, that for a long time my icons, my profile pictures on social media, here on Twitter and other things related to this channel, and even today for my reviews on EnglishLightNovel.com, I used a character from this series, Kanade Oe, or Kano-chan. Love her. Wonderful character. This series is so important to me. I adore this series, and I found it, the first season aired kind of in a period where I had not a lot of direction in my life. I didn't have a lot of hope. I was kind of just trying to struggle through getting through the day-to-day. And this show, not only is it so powerful, so beautiful, and so able to capture the earnest efforts of these kids, but it does so in a way that just really appeals, I think, to everyone. This is a show that it's so hard, and it used to be so hard to try and convince people to watch this show, because you can't sum it up in a catchy, like, single line elevator pitch, like, and then people will want to go watch it, right? Because this is a sports josei series about a high school karate club and a girl trying to become the queen of karate, therefore the best karate player, female karate player in Japan and in the world. First of all, what is karate? I hear you scream. So it's a traditional Japanese game that uses cards with half of a poem on them from the 100 poems. And then, so there's 100 poems. 50 of those poems you have cards, and they have half of the poems on there. 50 of those poems, 50 out of the 100 may not be in play, because each player gets 25 cards. So there's a high possibility of dead cards being read and faults via that. It's basically, the way I describe it is in a very simplified version. It's Snap with poetry. Okay, so there's a reader, they read the first half of the poem, and then you have to find the card with the second half of that poem before the other person, and the first person to reach 25 cards wins the game, basically. And, like, it's such a niche and unknown out of Japan, and even kind of unknown within Japan game. Really, really something that a lot of people not that aware of, but like with Hikaru no Go, I think this series really rejuvenated interest in young people with this particular game and with this particular sport, because it is a sport. It's an interesting one because it is also one of the few sports that there's no gender divide. Male and female players can play against each other and very regularly do, but there's two kind of highest positions. There's the master, which is the best male player in Japan, and then there's the queen, who's the best female player in Japan. And because this is such a Japanese focused and unique type of game that doesn't have a huge reach outside of Japan, if you are the number one player in Japan, that makes you the number one player in the world. So that's pretty cool. And that is what our protagonist Chihaya's goal is. And so the way she was introduced to this game was in primary school. She and her class was kind of encouraged to play karata as a way to learn kanji, I believe, maybe hiragana, can't remember. Basically learn letters. That's a fairly typical thing, but their school decided to hold a tournament and, give prizes to the best players. Chihaya really, in her youth, didn't have much of a goal. Her sister was, her older sister is not an actress, a model, and she thought she was just the bee's knees, but she didn't really have a goal for herself. And when this karate tournament is talked about and put forward, and the students are encouraged to memorize these 100 poems, because that's what you do to play this game, Chihaya kind of she realizes that a boy in her class, he is really into karate. He knows a whole lot about it. He loves to play it because his grandfather was a master in karate way back when. And so he taught him the love of karate. So she is inspired through his playing when she comes, because there's the whole thing, but she discovers that he is a paper boy and delivers her paper, and then she's like, oh, we should, you play karate, right? Would you play with me? And he has no friends. He's from, the southern part of Japan and has an accent, so people kind of make fun of him. He's quiet, and, his glasses, kind of dorky, and so a lot of the kids are mean to him, including our other third additional protagonist to this story, who is Taichi, my boy, who at 12 years old he's a bit of a brat, but he gets better, and it's understandable as to why he's a brat. One, he's incredibly jealous that Chihaya's attention is now on Arata, but two, his family situation is not good, and the pressures on him to perform and excel in everything that he does is heartbreaking and unfortunately very relatable for a lot of people. So the story starts with the three of them becoming friends and bonding through this card game, or this sport of karate, and then even when they don't stay together after primary school, they kind of go in three separate ways for middle school. But now high school, Chihaya realizes that she's going to the same school as Taichi, and so she's like, oh my god, we should start a karate club. And he's like, oh, but I'm not, I haven't practiced karate in a while. I was thinking about joining the soccer club because that's what I did in middle school. But he's still pretty head over heels for Chihaya, and they're really good friends. So he's like, I'll help you start it, but I'm not gonna join. And she's like, no, come on, I need you. And the two of them go to visit Arata because he moved back to his hometown, and he's quit playing karate, and like that really upsets Chihaya, and so now the three of the so anyway, long story short, Taichi and Chihaya start a karate club at their school. They have various other students who join after a lot of turmoil and sweat and tears, and they're slowly, playing more and more in karate and getting better as not only individual karate players but team karate players, which is a different aspect because there is a team version, which is really, really wonderful. So it's not just a solitary or a solitary game. You can play it with other people as a team, which is really lovely. And then their promise to play and to kind of re-inspire Arata to come back to the sport. And oh, it's so good, guys. It's so good. I mean, I've gushed about it for this long, but Chihayafuru was a very important show at the time when it was airing. The second season was also like amazing, great follow-up, and now we currently have the third season airing, which is a miracle because honestly, the first season was kind of perfect in how it finished. The second season wasn't a guarantee, but when we did get it, it was really wonderful. Although it kind of ended in an open-ended way because it stopped at a particular point in the manga, which was just sort of the opening to another part of the series, a new arc kind of. And then we just didn't have Chihayafuru anime for 6 years. And so now the fact that we do have a third season is kind of incredible. We are also getting the manga digitally from Kodansha. It is one of my absolute... this series just overall was kind of such a risky series. So the fact that we are even getting digital releases for a niche sports Josei series is so still surprising to me, and I really love that Kodansha has done this. I would love a print release, but the fact that it's 40-something volumes in Japan is a lot. Like, it's intimidating. I do also, you'll see later in these collection videos that I do have the bilingual editions from Japan that do have English and Japanese in them, but only the first 2 volumes were ever released that way. Chihayafuru is phenomenal. I love it. The music is amazing. The relationships between all the characters are amazing. Kanade is my best girl. I just really love her. I think she appealed a lot to me as just in personality. She very much was the person that I wanted to be at that point in my life. And the fact that she so wholeheartedly embraced her passions was something that inspired myself. And I'm not going to say that Chihayafuru was the reason that I made later decisions in my life and kind of pulled myself out of the situation and the kind of rough place that I was in my life at that point. But I think the series gave me a lot of it gave me a renewed look in embracing your passions and doing things that you want to do and celebrating the things that are important to you and working hard towards them. Seeing these kids so actively pursue a dream was just really, that really affected me. I don't know, it may be dumb, but I don't care, and it's still a series that I absolutely adore. The third season is still phenomenal. Taichi and Chihaya and Arata and Kanade and Desuki and all the characters, Nishida, they're all so wonderful. And I think if you can get people to try, although the premise is hard to sound convincingly interesting, if you can get people to try the first 3 episodes, they will fall in love and they will understand why this show is so good. I'm pretty sure the manga is wrapping up, so it should be ending somewhat soonish. We are not caught up with the manga in English. We're probably at volume 17, 18 in English of 43-ish volumes. So still a lot to go through and still quite a big gap. But again, I'm just so grateful that a series like this managed to find it, or for the market itself, for fans themselves to be able to make a niche title like this viable to be licensed in the West is just, I mean, it means a lot to me, and these are the types of series that I hope to continue to support over the career of being in this hobby, my entirety within this hobby. I don't have a lot of shows that have personally affected me as much as Chihayafuru, and I don't think it's just the fact that I found it at that particular period of time, because I can watch it now, and I know people who are watching it now or have recently discovered it who are, for what I can tell, not in kind of a depressed slump, and they love it just as much. So there's a lot to be gained from this series, and if you like stories about passion and working hard on the things that are important to you, and dreams, goals, even if they seem kind of way larger than anyone expects of you, if you just love watching shows that have a real hope to them and a real reward for their characters, then Chihayafuru, absolutely 100% my number one recommended. This limited edition has both seasons in it. They're sold separately, but they all fit in the one box. Season 3 is coming out. I don't know what they're going to be doing as for release. I will probably buy the limited edition. We'll see if I can put the discs in this box, though, because that'd be good. And I've already said that I probably will be buying the standard as well to put into my Japanese box set, because that's how I live my life. Chihayafuru. I mean, it's incredible, and I love it. Next is another Morimi adaptation. So I mentioned that Morimi is the novelist of Tatami Galaxy and Night of Short Walk On Girl, as well as Penguin Highway. But this is, this is another series, kind of like with, it's in a little bit of a different situation, but kind of like with Big Windup, this series actually has a second season that has not yet been licensed. Maybe never will be licensed, but I don't want to jinx it. Please, I want someone, even if it's not NIS America, because they don't license anime anymore, but I want someone to license the second season, because this series is so good. You can watch both seasons on Crunchyroll, I'm pretty sure. At least season 2, I know you can. And you can buy this first season on standard Blu-ray as well currently. This show is about a family of Tanuki in Kyoto. I already mentioned Morimi's Kyoto's one of my favorite versions of this, and it's mainly about this kind of lackadaisical middle brother. They have the mother, the father who's recently deceased, and then 4 brothers. So we have the oldest, who is kind of a straight arrow, uptight, working hard to be kind of the man of the house since their father's passing. We have the second brother, who has turned himself into a frog and just kind of hangs out at the bottom of a well. We have our main character, who's the third brother, and he's just kind of a carefree, mischievous guy who just does what he's interested in, who also has a big fat crush on a very interesting woman who doesn't, she's very aware of his feelings, but she isn't quite reciprocal to them, and she knows that. She uses that to her advantage. She knows that he'll do pretty much anything for her. And then finally we have the youngest brother, who's kind of a scaredy cat. He's still young and still not super confident in his transformation skills, things like that. So for people who don't know, tanuki in yokai kind of folklore are believed to have the transformation magic, so they can turn into whatever they want. So these tanuki, for the most part, hang around looking like people and living their lives amidst humanity. Our main character also has a pretty close relationship, friendship, mentorship with a old Tengu who is very strict and will never admit that he cares about the fluff balls that are tanuki, but it's just really fun, interesting dynamic. There's some beautiful... This first season is really powerful in so far as responsibility and family and grief. As I mentioned, the father just recently passed away, and that's a huge core component to this series and the events of this series and how the story plays out. The second season is just as good. I love it so much, and I want it to be licensed. It's very beautiful. The studio did a phenomenal job on this one. It's just fun and funny, and if you're like me and you like yokai kind of supernatural stories, and you like if you like shows that do have very poignant themes and are very aware of a lot of the themes, and they're able to execute them, because a lot of shows try to handle topics and then they don't do very well at handling them. This is not one of those shows. Everything in this series is, even if it's not meant to have a purpose so much as like progressing the plot, although most of it does, it's just fun watching the interactions of these characters and seeing all the scheming that's going on behind the scenes within tanuki society as well. It's so good. I love it. Please give me season 2, publishers. I would be eternally grateful. And it's kind of a shame as well because, okay, in Japan, the first season singles, they had subtitles, so you could buy them as a international fan and not have to worry about being able to watch it. Second season didn't have that, so I don't even have that option. I'll just guess I'll have to stick to streaming until a company decides that they want to take my money. Yeah, this is a real wonder, and I hope that more people try it, especially if you like pretty energetic, pretty colorful, pretty genuine and heartfelt and wonderful but quirky series. The Eccentric Family is a must watch. Now I can hear the jealousy bubbling with this one. This is the Australian release of Naoki Urasawa's Monster, the anime adaptation of the manga of the same name. This is the entire series on DVD, all 75 episodes with the dub, with subtitles, however you want it, which is, the only English language release of this series in its entirety. Viz did try to put out sets, but only managed 15 episodes before it was quietly scuffled away into a back corner. I don't think it sold nearly as well as they were hoping, and unfortunately it seems to be a show lost to time, kind of, which is a shame. This is a really great suspenseful thriller set in Berlin, like during the Berlin Wall period of Germany's history, about a Japanese surgeon who is working in Berlin and makes a choice as a neurosurgeon to operate and save the life of a young boy who got shot in the head instead of a very prominent political figure. And thus, he kind of prevents himself. He ruins his life. His fiance breaks up with him. The hospital because his fiance is the daughter of the director of the hospital, so the hospital just kind of doesn't let him progress in his work. He's kind of quietly demoted and given zero chance of promotion. And his wife, or his fiance, quickly ditches him because he made the decision to do the right thing, and as I said, operate on this child rather than this political figure, when the hospital is telling him, no, you're the best we have, we need you working on this guy. And he's like, no, but the kid will die if I'm not doing it. And the surgeon that you've assigned, he's been operating for like 36 hours. He's tired. It's a really delicate situation, so just let me do it. He makes the decision, saves the boy's life, and although his career is kind of ended, he's happy that he made the morally correct decision. But we find out later, several years later, that same boy has now turned into a serial killer, and which is not a good thing, obviously. And so this Dr. Tenma has decided to take it upon himself that it was his decision that saved this boy's life. It's his decision or it's his responsibility to now end this boy's life. And so he's kind of trying to track him down and stop him. It's very tense. It's very well written. This is probably a lot of people's favorite Urasawa's works. I do enjoy it a lot. I really like this anime adaptation. It's a very close anime adaptation, so it doesn't really change anything. But I will say, because of that, and one of my biggest issues with the manga is the pacing. I do think it runs a little bit too long for what it is. It could be tightened up, and that's kind of my same issue with this one. It's 75 episodes. It really could be 50, 60 episodes. It doesn't need to be that long. But it is good. If you like slow burn, tension, thrilling kind of psychological thriller stuff, then this one is definitely worth a look. Although I will say, I'm pretty sure this is hard to find in Australia as well. It's out of print. So it's kind of, unless you have a copy now, you might be able to find some on eBay and that. But it's a shame that this series does not have a wider release in the US. Maybe someday we'll see a company relicense it and put it all out on disc for those in America and Canada and those places. Next is the Kino's Journey box set from ADV, I think. This is an old set. I actually bought this one secondhand through LiveJournal. That's how long ago I bought this. Man, blast from the past. This is the first, I guess, adaptation of the light novels of the same name. I've already talked about Kino's Journey a couple different spots. You've seen my figures of the main character. This does have a more recent kind of soft reboot / sequel. It adapts some of the same storylines and then adapts other like completely new storylines that this previous version didn't. I don't know why they did it that way, but maybe just to kind of glitz it up and rejuvenate interest for it amongst the young people. I don't know. This is the story of Kino, a young individual who travels around the world, travels from country to country, and only spends 3 days in each town or city. That gives them an opportunity to kind of understand what this town is about, the people there, the culture there, and usually there's an overarching social problem that Kino has to think about, maybe rectify, maybe just have to accept, as sometimes that's just a part of life and you can't change people. Kino themselves is pretty interesting character, interesting backstory to their life. They travel around with a talking motorcycle called Hermes, and they have two revolvers or two guns. I'm not a gun person, so I might be incorrect, but they have at least one revolver. I know that, which have names. I can't remember what they're called. And every day they practice shooting from dawn till, or like just before dawn until dawn. And 3 days, regardless of whether they love the city or hate the city, whether their people are, kind of wary or critical or really welcoming to Kino, they've made the decision that they're never going to stop anywhere and stay for longer than 3 days. And there's a couple instances where Kino thinks about, stopping and settling down, but ultimately makes the decision to keep traveling and keep discovering things about the world. I really like this series. It's quite meditative. There's issues. There's definitely ways that this series can be interpreted that are problematic and you can be criticized. But I think just the meditative mood of the series, the awe and the quiet acceptance of travel and this process of traveling and journeying and looking and discovering the world to discover parts about yourself is something that really resonates with me, and I think Kino is a great avenue for that. There's a lot of different places that they go, and it's really wonderful. Really love it, and yeah, give it a shot. I haven't finished the newer version of Kino, which is subtitled The Beautiful World, but this original series is available on Blu-ray standard definition. I'm thinking about probably buying that and then just switching or adding the discs to this set, because this is such a beautiful set. I really love it. Again, like with the Nozomi release, it has the 3 little slipcases and then just, a normal kind of typical limited edition, or I guess release. And even back in the day when box sets and singles were the norm, I wasn't a huge fan of singles. I was lucky that I came into the hobby when singles were kind of being phased out and we're starting to see more and more half season or complete 12 episode sets being released off the bat. But these kinds of transitionary periods where it's all of the episodes from the singles in a nice set with the chipboard, that's what I like, and that's, I think, where my love for the current limited edition trend comes from. I don't need all the extra guff that comes with some of the super fancy limited editions now. And back when singles were coming out, the first volume, like the first single with the box, would always have something stupid, some crap, some keychain or plush toy, which was very in. People liked it, and people still like that stuff. They still like that merch, but I'm not about that life. I don't have room for that, and it just collects dust. I never use it. The worst being the shows, the limited edition box sets from Funimation and Geneon and ADV and all them were the kind of ecchi or harem shows that would come with panties. Why? Oh god, it's still just like such a weird thing, kind of cringy. I'm so glad that anime fandom and the kind of industry as a whole has evolved past that stage, and I don't have to suffer through it. Because as I said, I was lucky. I kind of found anime a little bit after all of that stuff was at the height of its popularity. But yeah, Kino's Journey, fantastic show, fantastic soundtrack, fantastic characters, and I would encourage you to give it a watch, even if it is just the new standard definition Blu-ray. It's worth it. Next is one of the box sets that was released for Last Exile, the first season, This is the Orange Murata edition. So this is actually a very big set, and it has the 7 singles, and you can see here, these are all the artwork that are used in this box set, and really that's why I bought this box set. For those who don't know who Orange Murata is, they're a very popular illustrator. One of their art books was just recently released by Dempa, but they did all of the artwork and character design and stuff for this show. Really like this show. It's a bit of a classic. I don't know how many people nowadays has seen it, which is kind of a shame. It also has a second season, kind of sequel / spin-off that Fam of the Silver Wing, something like that. I don't remember what it's called, which is not as good, honestly. It kind of reflects a lot of how the anime market has changed in the 10 years or 15 years since the original. This is the original, and this is about, this is set in kind of a steampunky, I guess maybe diesel punk world. Lots of airships, lots of kind of airship racing, which really appeals to me. If you like the idea of flying and pilots and steampunk type settings, this is a show for you. But it is a larger, grander story of kind of conflict and war and politics and that as well. But we have our main characters who together fly kind of a little, flying vehicle thing. They're part of the racing crew, and they kind of get caught up in a larger issues of inter-country war, and that. We also have Alvis, who's the little girl there, who is, I think I don't want to say she's a princess. She has it's been a while since I've seen Last Exile. She has a particular power that has to be protected, and thus she kind of is being protected. It's a really, really, really good show. That my description does not give it nearly as much credit as it deserves. Fan, whatever it is. The sequel is not bad per se, but I don't think it was effective with a lot of its themes, and also a certain developments as to the main characters of this series, what their life is like in that series, made me actually upset. I was quite put out by the revelation of the fate, I guess, of some of these characters in the sequel, and I'm like, oh, why? That's not sure if I like that. But also, this series has a phenomenal antagonist, I guess villain type character, Dio. Not that Dio, a different Dio, who is also in the sequel and is kind of the best part of that show. Elvis is also in the sequel, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is overall a pretty solid story, but the first season is my favorite. Phenomenal. And if you haven't given it a watch, do, because I think this series was popular when it was coming out back in the early to mid 2000s, but nowadays that was 15 years ago. Nobody cares about that crap. That was forever ago, and you should care about it because it's really good and it still holds up. So yeah, give it a shot. Next is Neon Genesis Evangelion, the Platinum Complete Collection. This is the ADV release. Oh, I also have the movie collection. So this is Death and Rebirth, and then the end of Evangelion. This is an Australian release. This is not. That's the US release. What to say about Evangelion? It's a classic. It's one that I think is a lot of people's favorite of this kind of genre. And it's certainly influenced not only fans but creators, even to this day. Somehow, it obviously with the new movies and all of that, it's still hugely influential, and it's a very well done series. I know there people, like with all good things, people meme on it, and there's a lot of people who are very critical, especially of the protagonist. But I find those people kind of miss the point. If we had a kick-ass protagonist who had no issues, then it wouldn't be Evangelion. You've literally missed the point of the entire show. And if you find him whiny and annoying, then you have never been a 14-year-old in a terrible, terrible situation with really no choice but to, fulfill what people are expecting of you, which is a good thing. I don't wish that upon you, but I mean, there's only so many ways a 14-year-old can cope with certain things, and poor Shinji gets a lot of crap for fairly understandable things that he may be upset over. Anyway, this series obviously was just recently added to Netflix this year, to a lot of controversy. They have a new dub, a lot of translation differences, and personally, I actually really like the new... Well, I haven't watched the whole show redubbed. I do like the certain choices, and I do like the performances of the new dub artists, like the new voice actors. I think Casey in particular as Shinji does a phenomenal job. He is super great. I do think there are very legitimate issues with translation choice that can be criticized. It's kind of a shame that the fact that Netflix redubbed it and put a lot of work into it means ultimately ended up with a product that people aren't happy with. I think there's a lot of good in it. I think there's also, as I said, a lot of things that can be criticized, most notably kind of the erasure of queer content, and under the idea or under the rationale that, well, it's not necessarily, I don't buy the excuses for it, but translation is such a sensitive and tricky issue, and it does take a lot of personal decision when you're translating something. So it's kind of an interesting contrast, because there are things that I like and dislike about the older dub. It is old, it shows its age, and I hate to say it, but it's not to the level of quality that a dub for a series of this magnitude that was going to a major streaming service like Netflix could really be, right? Because it feels its age. It's done very well. There's a lot of heart and a lot of hard work put into it, and I have great respect for all of those involved. And I mean, 90% of these voice actors, you can see how much they've improved, how much they still love these characters in the rebuild films. Obviously, that's kind of the newer version to show off how they've grown with these characters, how their interpretations of these characters has evolved over the course of their life, which is really, it's such an interesting thing to see, and it's such an interesting addition to just this whole experience of what Evangelion is. It's not that I love one version in particular. It's not that I hate the new one because it's new, and that because of certain issues I think it's all bad. I don't think that the older one is all bad because it might be a little bit looser with translation and intention. It might not be, the best performance because it's a early 2000s or late 90s performance versus, the current level of voice acting within the industry now. There's it again, and this is weird because it's the same show, and it's not often that a show gets a TV show gets a new redub. We do see, with Ariete, we see where things do get redubbed. Akira is another one that has multiple different English dubs. It's not every day that you see a television show get a redub, especially when the original is so beloved by a lot of fans and longtime fans. It's just a curious thing, and again, with those other things, with series that have multiple different versions of adaptation, like Fullmetal Alchemist, like Hunter x Hunter, like Fruits Basket. I see it all as like additional parts of this franchise. I see the 2 Neon Genesis Evangelion dubs of the show as 2 interpretations of this series, just like the manga is a new interpretation of the series, just like the rebuilds are a new interpretation and addition to this overall story. So, like, for me, I do hope to see the Netflix version on disc someday, maybe. Of course, it would be great to have the original series, and the original dub, I should say, because it's the same series, but the original dub find its way to Blu-ray someday. But as for the realities of that, who knows? It's just interesting. And, like, you're totally fine to disagree with me on this issue. But, you know, I find that having more content that you can break down and criticize and analyze and enjoy is always better than not having that content at all. Even if it's a bad interpretation, it is better than that not existing. And that might just be my bias as a creator, but also as a fan. It's just, there's always something to be gained, even in the worst adaptation, or even in the worst kind of type of thing. Unless, I mean, I have issues with other media and other themes and stuff, but for something like this, where it is different versions of pretty much the same thing, it's nice to see the different interpretations. Next is Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun, the limited edition. This is Blu-ray, DVD, and the soundtracks comes with something like that. This is the UK release, not the US release, so it's pretty much the same as the US release, but I think the US release comes with more booklets or something. I don't remember. This is a really funny comedy about a bunch of high school students. It's about a girl who has a crush on a boy in her class, but he is very oblivious. Absolutely zero clue to her feelings and kind of just romantic feelings in general. But so she attempts to confess her love to Nozaki, but the way she does it, she's like, I'm your biggest fan, or I'm a fan of you, something like that. A stupid way to confess your love, honestly. And he's like, oh, that's cool. Signs his name, gives her an autograph board, and through this series of events, not only does he not realize that she means, oh no, I have a big fat crush on you, I'm in love with you, she discovers that he is secretly a shoujo manga artist. He writes shoujo manga, and which is why it's called Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun, because he has a monthly series where he has one of the most popular shoujo manga being released within the series. So that gives her like new realization to who he is, and gives reinterpretation to, like, sometimes he's really tired or looks like he's been in a fight because he's got, the heating pad pain things on his neck or whatever. The reality is he's been crouched over a desk drawing shoujo manga about girls falling in love for the first time, pure first love in high school type story, when again he's like totally oblivious to the love in his own life, pretty much. So she becomes aware of his secret, and he kind of gets her to join him as one of his assistants. She helps with the background art, because he's like, oh, I was really interested in you, and I'm so glad you kind of came to me first. And again, she's like, oh my god, does that mean that he also is in love with me? No, girl, he wants you because you're in the art club and you can help him with his manga. So, and because she's just in love and totally whipped for this boy, she decides to help him. And so it's the humorous day-to-day life of these two teens and the various shenanigans that they get up to. Because, okay, Nozaki may have the #1 best-selling shoujo manga in Japan at the time of the series. And he may have had critics and readers saying, oh, this writer understands a pure teen girl's heart perfectly. In reality, he's got no clue. He has no idea, and he's like really dumb about a lot of things. He just plays to a lot of tropes, pretty much. And so there's a lot of shenanigans where he and Sakura, our main character, will try to do tropey things from shoujo manga just to see like if it works in real life. It never works in real life. So that's a lot of the comedy comes from like teasing shoujo manga tropes, and it's very self-aware. I know a lot of people think this series is a shoujo. It is not. It's a shonen comedy series, just by the way. But obviously it is better if you're more familiar with kind of shoujo manga and the expectations of how those series are written and read and plotted out and stuff, to be able to enjoy this. But also we have a numerous other students, friends of Nozaki's and of Sakura's who get involved, and it's just really funny. We have Kashima, who is I think a year below them, and she's a girl, but she's the head actor in the drama club, and is just like the school's prince. All the girls love her, and she's just so suave and like such a ladies' man, although she's a girl. And then we have Mikoshiba, the redhead there, who is Nozaki's best friend, for one. He's also the character that Nozaki based his female main character in his manga off of. For two. Oh my god. Mikoshiba's such a good boy. I love him so much. So he kind of wants to be, he likes to play the part that Kashima does of like being a ladies' man. He looks cool, he's kind of pretty flirty, but as soon as he says something flirty, he gets so much secondhand embarrassment. And he's just like, oh god, why did I say that? Oh, that's so embarrassing. I should never have said things like that. So he's very pure of heart. He's just like a sweetie. And also he's quite shy, and a lot of his interaction and like studying up on human relationships comes from playing a whole bunch of dating sims and otome games, things like that. So that's why all of his dialogue and like how he talks to people is quite flirty. But in reality, he's not trying to be this like suave playboy kind of guy. I mean, he might be, but he just fails continuously. We also have Hori Senpai, who is the guy in the blue shirt. He's a third year. He's also in the drama club, and he's kind of Kashima's wrangler when she gets a little bit too crazy and trying to shirk off drama club duties too much. He has to drag her back and, beat some sense into her pretty much. And she really respects him. She thinks that he's a great actor, which he is, but he's short, so he can never be the leading man for some reason, because that's how it is in Japan. Who knows? But those two have a pretty funny relationship, and all of the like romantic relationships in this are pretty great. We also have this other kid here who's in the basketball team, and then one of Sakura's friends. She is, oh my god, she is bad news. She takes advantage of him a lot, and he's like, oh god, just leave me alone. And she's like, no, you're fun to tease. I'm gonna hang out with you. And they kind of they act like they don't like each other, but they like each other. Meanwhile, also, Sakura's friend, she has a beautiful singing voice, and so much so that it's like so completely different to her personality. And there's been this rumor of a secret Lorelei, and our basketball player, he has issues falling asleep, but as soon as he hears that singing, like, immediately falls asleep. He calls this mysterious singer his angel. Little does he know, it's the girl who gives him hell literally every day of his life. And so there's that kind of misinterpretation as well. It's very funny. There's a whole bunch of other characters as well. I love Nozaki's relationship with his editor. Oh my god. He's like in love with his editor, and the editor's like, kid, holy, like, why are you so enthusiastic about this? It's just really great. I love them. I love all of these characters, and I think, honestly, the best way to get into the series is via the anime, because it gives you a little bit of a sense of the timing, and then reading the manga, it's a little bit easier to like, oh, okay, so that's how that joke is executed. It's very funny. Love all the characters. Highly recommended. Next is My Little Monster. This is a shoujo manga about a very odd couple, kind of a bad boy with a heart of gold. He's not actually a bad kid. He's just short-tempered and not very well socialized. So he doesn't really understand how to interact with people very well. And then we have our main female character, and she's just kind of antisocial by choice. She's very studious, focused on getting best grades and therefore being able to get a great job so she can basically keep her family afloat. And these two, they run into each other. He kind of like imprints on her like a baby chick, and she's like, God, leave me alone, which is not generally a dynamic that I enjoy, but they're just, it's an interesting way that fairly unconventional pair of people slowly learn to try and be a little bit more social and be a little bit more understandable to other people and their relationship. And it does definitely improve over the course of their friendship and romance. It's quite a sweet little series, and I really like the side characters. I think they're really wonderful. It's nice to have a pair of kind of just antisocial weirdos who it's kind of like neither of these people should be in a relationship, and the mangaka kind of knows that, and so it's the process of them trying to get to the point where they're in a place mentally and emotionally where they should be in a relationship. Like, it would be a good idea to be in a relationship, and then get them there, and then try to properly establish a relationship, which is not something you see a lot of in manga. I also really like this mangaka's other work. Their current work, Our Precious Conversations, which is the guy is a little bit more of the antisocial, studious one, and the girl is she's not short-tempered. She's just kind of very enthusiastic and very in love. It's very sweet and funny and quirky, and I just like the kind of odd couple pairings that this mangaka writes about. And I watch it for the side characters as well, because they are pretty wonderful. The girl especially, I like her sort of overarching storyline. But they're all pretty good kids, even though they may have their issues. Next, we have Spice and Wolf. This is the limited edition box that came with Season 2. It has both seasons in there, and it has Blu-ray and DVD for both seasons. So the first season was DVD only, but I put the Blu-ray in there with an additional keep case. This is the anime adaptation of the novels of the same name. People who follow my Twitter, who have been watching me for a long time, know that I love Spice and Wolf. It's one of my favorite light novel series. It's a classic. It's one that I really recommend to a lot of people, even if you're not into light novels, if you're not a fan of like the isekai stuff that's coming out currently. This is kind of quintessential reading, and it is available. It's still ongoing, thanks to 10th anniversary kind of reboot via the novels from Yen Press, or Yen On, whichever you want to call them. Fantastic story set in kind of a medieval Europe. It's never explicitly stated where they are, but I mean Germany, England kind of European setting, and it's about a traveling merchant who one day discovers that a harvest god called Holo, the wise wolf, has jumped onto his wagon and wants him to take her to her homeland, and she'll travel with him, and they have a partnership. She has very keen sense of business. He obviously has a keen sense of business, and so it's a kind of a slow burn, snarky romance between these two, but also it's a kind of a traveling, economic focused story about merchants and business and those sorts of things. Again, if you like stories or current light novels like Ascendance of the Bookworm, this obviously has kind of a more supernatural twist because Holo is a non-human entity. She's a wise wolf. She's like a great pagan spirit of harvest, but just the feel, the tone, the atmosphere of kind of lower slice of life with problems that aren't going to be solved by, a big sword fight. They're sorted out by, merchant trading and smart business practices and having a little bit of cunning and deal making sort of thing. And that's the kind of thing that I like to read. I know that the manga version of this does put, like, the fact that, okay, in the beginning of the story, Holo is naked. She's not wearing any clothes, but that's, like, literally the very beginning. Lawrence immediately buys clothes for her. Like, she's not a nudist. She kind of, she makes a big deal about her tail and stuff, but it's not like she's walking around the whole series naked. So if that annoyed you in the manga, because I know a couple people didn't like that in the manga, that's not really an issue in the novels or the anime. She has kind of a non-sexualized nudity at aspects, but yeah, she's not like walking around town naked. And I can also see why people might be kind of wary of just her character design. She looks like a young girl, but the whole no, but she's actually hundreds of years old because she's a supernatural creature, which I always kind of side eye, especially with things like what's that one with the girl, the vampire who looks like a 8-year-old. Can't remember what it's called. Doesn't matter. Dance in the Vampire Bund, that's the name of it. I always am very leery of that type of thing, but again, maybe it's because I read it, and also the show doesn't seem like she looks that much, like, Lawrence isn't super duper old, and because again, and I hate to say this because I hate to rationalize it, but she is like 400 or 1,000 years old or whatever, so their banter, the way they communicate with each other, the way they talk to each other and tease each other and make fun of each other, there's no real power imbalance there, so I don't really have an issue with it. So, it works because the relationship is built off of their snarkiness and their ability to be so quick-witted with each other, and they are on equal footing, which I think is why this works well versus some other series that features this kind of trope. And again, if you're interested in kind of a slower slice of life-y economics focused historical fiction type dealio, then Spice and Wolf is well worth the read, well worth the watch. And honestly, okay, these first 2 seasons are very good. I really like it. But if you read these, or if you watch these shows and you're like, man, that was good, read the novels, because honestly, the book immediately after the second season that finishes it introduces my favorite character, and the story just gets even better from there. And it's a recurring character. He's a character that sticks around till the end, and in fact is part of he's kind of one of the main characters in the new spin-off novels as well. So yeah, Spice and Wolf is good. I love it. And this is a pretty nice set from Funimation, although it is my copy is a little bit beat up because I've had it for years and years and years. Next this is the Australian box for the Hell Girl singles. The US box is different design. I love this box a whole lot, so that's why I chose this one. This was the release for the first season, but like with some of the other things, I repackaged it. So this actually has all 3 seasons, plus all the postcards that came with the singles and stuff. So there is a 4th season for this show. It's not very good, and it hasn't been licensed, and it's very cheaply made. So Hell Girl is a pretty interesting one. It's actually one of the first anime I ever watched. It was probably the first horror that I ever watched. Supernatural, kind of creepy horror. This is the story of Hell Girl, who you can contact her in a very Kitaro-esque way. You log on to a website and send her a message that you want to get revenge. You want to send someone to hell. And so she comes visits you, gives you a straw doll and the opportunity to make the decision on whether you want to send that person to hell in exchange for your eternal soul damnation type of deal. And so it's a very episodic series. Each episode is self-contained. There's a lot of dark shit that happens in this series. I think season 2 is the best of the 3. Season 3 is kind of like not needed. But it is better than season 4. Season 4, it wasn't necessarily bad per se, but it felt like, why was it even made? Because this is kind of an original thing. This is the basis of it. It's not based off of a game or manga or whatever. There is a manga version, but it wasn't the original of what this is. But yeah, so this is kind of an episodic little horror show with a pretty interesting ethical dilemma with each episode. Or Hell Girl, she very often every time she gives them a choice, and it's that person's choice of whether they want to pull the string or not, the rationale behind that, and whether or not revenge was really needed, or like the severity of the slight was deserving of going to hell. Like, there's a lot of very mixed morality here, which makes it really interesting. And as I said, season 2 is probably the best because you do get a little more insight on some of her helpers and their lives and how they got to be her, assistants. And the end of the first season is also really good. It does have a somewhat overarching plot towards the latter half, and her backstory, you do get a lot of insight too. So the first 2 seasons are like really the best. 3rd season is kind of unnecessary, but still, like, it's fine. Yeah, but overall, pretty great little series, although I do think that season 2 and 3 are out of print and hard to find, and season 1, I think you can find it from Funimation. Funimation's just done like a million different re-releases, so yeah. Finally, for this last shelf, we have the Rose of Versailles, part 1 and 2, all 40 episodes on DVD, another Nozomi release, and another series that's out of print, unfortunately. The anime, at least. The manga, we have finally, after 5 years, gotten the first volume of the manga released by Udon. So excited to finally own the manga in print. Really fortunate to own the anime in the limited edition. I knew this series is just quintessential shoujo drama, 70s shoujo drama, and is one of the most well-known and influential series in Japan of all time, just by the way. So if you're not familiar with the Rose of Versailles, it is set in pre-revolutionary France and features Lady Oscar, who was raised by her father to be a boy, so she's kind of a guard. She regards herself as, you know, she just does what all the guys do, and she's a guard. She's you know, willing to put her life on the line, and she works for the nobility, or kind of like the royalty within the French society. Marie Antoinette is kind of a prominent figure in this particular series, and so it's Oscar's relationships with the various people around her. It is so wonderful. It's dramatic. It's like just over the top reactions and fighting for, you know, people's honor, and it's amazing. And it's a shame that it is out of print, and I can't encourage people to go buy a copy because it's hard to find. But pick up the manga. It's pricey, but it's a classic. It's hardcover. It's beautiful, and it's the first time that the series has ever been released in English. They spent so long working on it. I want to reward them for all the hard work. And they are 2-in-1s, I believe. So it is, you know, you get a lot of bang for your buck with it. Please support Udon's release of this series. And this anime was made in the 80s, 70s, 80s. So it is very, like, it looks like a 70s/80s show, which is great. I mean, it's exactly what I want. This, as I said, this is one of the most influential manga series of all time. Even now, they have stage productions for Rose of Versailles. They have its own makeup line. It has so many people, so many women, and just everyone have been inspired and have grown up with Lady Oscar. Fumi Yoshinaga has written Rose of Versailles Dojinshi. Like, it's just such a huge part of manga history and manga culture, and is really on the level of, like, just general pop culture knowledge within Japan. So yeah, if you like with Night on the Galactic Railroad, I think even if you don't necessarily like this show, I think it is worth, or like the manga, it is important to watch it or read it once, just so you have the reference point, because so many things, like, they reference it a lot, and it's good to know where these things started to see what has impacted the industry and what things are influencing creators. So yeah, Rose of Versailles, amazing. Buy it. Although the anime is probably hard to track down, but buy the manga. And I'm just even when this series was being put out on DVD, when Nozomi announced the license, it was incredible. I cannot believe that I live in the current market where we have Rose of Versailles in English in its entirety. That's amazing. Next shelf is another bit of a repackage. This is actually one of the limited DVD release boxes from the Japanese release of the first season of Mushishi, which I bought when I was in Japan several years ago. And I have both seasons of Mushishi on DVD housed within it. So I have the first season from Funimation. It's dubbed, subtitled, full works show. And then again, similarly with Monster and a couple other series, this show the second season of it did get a Australian only release, subtitled only, no dub or anything like that. But it's the only English language release or English language friendly release that we've gotten for this show. And it's kind of a shame because I believe the subtitles are hard subbed into it, which is not a good look. But I love this show so much, and I am quite fortunate to own the entire series in some way, so I'm able to rewatch it at my leisure. You can watch both seasons via various streaming sources though, and I do encourage you to check it out because, as I've said before, Mushishi is one of my absolute favorite series, and this particular anime series, Artland is the studio. The actual landscape background animation is phenomenal, and there are 8 years difference between the two seasons. They look like it was a seamless transition. It's so beautiful, so well done, and it doesn't feel like there's any gap between anything. The staff are the same for the most part from what I remember, so just everything that was good in the first season, and the first season is superb, just continues to be so in the second season. It's one that I absolutely adore, and of course it deserves pride of place in my collection. So yeah. Next is another art box that I made myself. This has the DVD of Samurai Horror Tales Goblin Cat, so the episodes related to Mononoke, and then the Mononoke Australian release of the TV show. You can see we have Medicine Seller on one side and sort of his weird yokai form on the other. This is another show that I really love. Again, you guys know I'm super into yokai stuff, like weird supernatural stuff. This is my jam. I love it. And this particular series is so incredibly visually unique. Another kind of episodic type of series about a mysterious individual who wanders around solving people's yokai-related problems. This time it's an individual called Medicine Seller. I also have the figure I showed off in one of the earlier parts. And he is, you know, he goes around, helps people with their mysterious problems. And yeah, that's just how life is for him, and all of the various ways that these yokai impact these people, and why these yokais are drawn to particular people, because it's not generally comparatively to like Mushishi, where there's no real meanness or vindictiveness. The Mushi aren't really meant, they don't choose to cause trouble, they're just existing in the same space that humans are existing, and thus they can sometimes cause problems between the two. But this, a lot of the time, individuals are being haunted or being terrorized by yokai because of bad things that they've done. So it's a bit of a moral play in that sense. Very similar to Mushishi, very similar to Kitaro, very similar to Natsume in certain aspects. So yeah, I mean, it's more of the same type of deal of this kind of show that I love. Gotta stay on brand, and I really am happy that we did get a release for the show in its entirety finally. It did take a little while. And nowadays, you can get the Samurai Horror Tales, the complete series, which honestly isn't, I would argue, isn't worth watching the first two story arcs. Really the only one really rewatchable is Goblin Cat, but you can get it on Blu-ray thanks to Discotek. That's a fairly new release from them, and I may pick up the disc and just chuck it in there with that one. So yeah, really happy about that one. Here's a familiar face. This is actually a set that I don't really watch or use on a regular basis, but I really like just having it. I bought this locally. This is the Japanese limited edition set of the DVD for this film, Conqueror of Shambhala, obviously related to the first Fullmetal Alchemist. You guys saw my set that I made, and I actually used this exact artwork of Edward and then Alphonse on the back. This comes with a whole bunch of, it comes with the actual film and then like some extras. I think there's makings of and things like that. But it is a Japanese product. Everything is in Japanese, but the film does have English subtitles. So it's whoever purchased it for their own collection, they knew that they were getting, or what they were getting, I guess. And then they got tired of it, and I picked it up for very, very cheaply. And you know, it's not really a necessity in the collection per se, but as much of a fan as I am of this franchise, it just makes sense to me to have it, right? And just sometimes it's a good deal. It's not really a waste of money, in my opinion. And maybe one day I'll have a space for it to just be more of a display piece than having to be on the shelves with all of my other stuff. But it is really nice, and it is really nice to have it and have that option. I'm just going to pull out the first one of this, but I do have all 4 sets. This is the 1999 Hunter x Hunter that was released by Viz, and is now terribly out of print, and you cannot find certain box sets of it at all for less than hundreds of dollars. I was lucky, well, not lucky, because I did have a couple opportunities to pick this up when it was still in print and kind of when it was in clearance, but this was before I knew about Hunter x Hunter and before I was a fan of it, so I missed out on being able to buy these for like $15 a piece from Right Stuff back in the day, back in like 2010, 2011. But I did manage to track down these copies later on. I've actually bought them through a Facebook group. Someone was selling their sets because they needed money for other things. And I got the whole set for, I think, $120, $150, which for all 4 parts is a huge deal. Certain parts go for like $200 on their own, which is, crazy. It's like, I mean, I'm going to get into it again, but like with Fullmetal Alchemist, like with Fruits Basket, like with the various Neon Genesis Evangelion, I like experiencing different interpretations of the same story, and Hunter x Hunter is another one where there's a couple different interpretations. This older anime is really interesting. It's really good. There are some filler things that I think some people love the filler in the show, and it is solid. Like, it's decent for a filler, especially of a show of this age. It doesn't ever detract from the storytelling, and it doesn't feel out of place compared to a lot of the other storylines, like the non-filler stuff. But I don't think it's necessary, because I remember when 2011 was coming out, the Hunter x Hunter 2011, people were complaining that filler wasn't being included from the old show. I'm like, it never existed in the manga. And there's a particular arc in this series during the Hunter exam where they're on a boat and it's like a team building exercise. That's like legitimately really good. And this whole series is really interesting. The atmosphere and mood of it is pretty different, and like the events are mostly the same, aside from filler, obviously, but the execution of the series and the overall tone and atmosphere of a lot of the stuff is very different. This is kind of a darker, moodier piece, which for a Shonen Jump like action adventure is, that's not the typical, right? It's really good. I won't say it's perfect, but I do think that overall the 2011 version is better, even with the stuff that they adapt the same events with, because this series ended even before the proper ending of the Phantom Troop arc, right? So it doesn't have a huge amount of content compared to the later anime adaptation, and so it's, again, there's only so much you can compare between these two, but this does a really good job with what it has. Although I will say that there's parts of the Hunter exam in 2011 that I prefer more. There's parts that I prefer more in this. There's parts of the Phantom Troop arc that I prefer more in 99. And there's parts that I prefer more in 2011. They're both very, very, very good. And I'm glad that despite my hesitancy and ignorance of the series and losing the chance to get it at a super good deal or super cheap prices, I was still able to own the series because it's really good. My sister and I kind of watched it concurrently with 2011. When we were watching it, we were watching 2011. That was how we were introduced to Hunter x Hunter. And then we were watching, I think it might have been the Heaven's Arena arc, or it might have just been the end of the Hunter exam. And I was aware that 1999 existed. So we're like, we should watch the older one. And so we did. We found it and watched it. And we compared the two, and that was like a really fun experience to be able to compare and contrast and say, oh, I liked how they did this, or oh, I liked how they did this. Also, there's some really great, this is such a nerdy weeby thing, but there's some really great Hunter x Hunter AMVs that a particular YouTube creator makes, and that really like encouraged us to watch this version, and we weren't disappointed. So thank you for them and their work. But, I mean, it's Hunter x Hunter. I think this does really capture a lot of the darker moodiness that in the manga isn't inherently obvious. So I think that off the bat, this one has a tone that's a little bit different. Because the thing about the manga, it kind of tricks you. It lulls you into what you think is just going to be a normal shonen action adventure, and then it goes like, it pulls the rug from under you, and you're like, oh my god, everyone's dying, what is this? Stakes are high, this is dangerous. Whereas this one, you kind of know that it's a bit more than just the normal typical jump manga tends to be. It's not as hopeful. It doesn't have the endless optimism that jump manga tends to have. And so it just prepares you earlier on, and it gives you different expectations for the series, which is good. And again, an interesting way of adapting the series that I really appreciate and like to think about and compare. So really happy. I think this is I want to say I don't know how many episodes. I want to say 60, but I'm not sure. That might be completely incorrect. But it is kind of a longer-ish series. Next is Tiger and Bunny, both parts of the first season, only season really. This is a really fun, I talked about the movies a little bit earlier, but this is a fun take on superheroes within society, and I really like this interpretation because it poses the question that if selected individuals had superpowers, it's not everyone, it's not a majority of the population like in My Hero Academia. It is more so like the Incredibles type of situation where they're just some people with superhuman abilities. How would society react to that? How would society incorporate that? And how would society and capitalism profit off of that? Which is an interesting concept. So if you don't know, this is the story of a hero called Wild Tiger. He's older, he's kind of the old guard and a little bit washed up. His power isn't super duper impressive. And in this society, heroes are all sponsored by various corporations, and there's a yearly ongoing event, televisation of show, basically. It's kind of like reality TV where heroes are you know, they kind of compete against each other to be the best hero, to rescue this many people, to stop this many crimes, and they all get graded on their performance. And you know, if they all have company sponsorships, so if there's any collateral damage, you know, the company will pay for that. And so a lot of their suits, I'm not sure if you can see it, and I'm pretty sure in the discs it hasn't been scrubbed. Yeah, I think these releases, I think later Viz releases, they do remove a lot of the sponsorships, but like all of these characters, they've got like Amazon, or Nico Nico Doga, or, you know, all of these different companies that are their sponsors, like a sports team. They're like a sports team. They have outside corporations sponsoring them. And Wild Tiger, he's just not that great of a hero. All of these younger heroes are coming in. His powers are, he has the power to like boost his super strength, or boost his strength for 15 or like a minute, but then that's it for the whole day. So he only has like a minute worth of super strength, and unfortunately he usually causes a lot of destruction during his rescues and during things. So he's a high liability, huge liability for any company. So he kind of loses a lot of his sponsorship. And he's let go by his normal sponsor. And then he's taken in and by another company, but they tell him, you know, you can continue to be a hero, but we're going to pair you up with another up-and-coming hero, and you two together are going to be, you know, this crime-fighting duo. So that's what Tiger and Bunny is. It's these two guys. And this other younger hero, he has a similar power to our main character, but his lasts longer, and because he's younger, he can like get more done. He doesn't cause as much destruction, and it's really good. It's really good. All of these heroes are really interesting. They've all got different diverse motivations. I really like that. Okay, this is kind of all of these are kind of tropes that exist, but the character who is sort of the top hero, the best hero, everybody loves him, Sky High, literally, yes, I know that's also a movie, but that's the name of the character, or his hero name at least, Sky High. He's kind of he can fly, or he has like levitation flight powers or whatever, and he rescues, he's handsome, he's very like good-natured and kind and whatever, and he's kind of like a Superman type of icon. Everybody thinks he's great, and so often in superhero media, that kind of character, like the good, pure, like Superman type character, is secretly an asshole. Like he's kind and a beacon of hope for the people, but like in reality, like all his actual hero friends know he's just a big dick. That's not the case for Sky High. He is a literal golden retriever in human form, and I love him. He is such a sweetheart. Also, again, kind of a theme that you see a lot in this type of superhero story. We have Blue Rose, who's the main female hero. We do have other female heroes as well, but she's definitely like the sexy fan service. She's like the Mount Lady. If you watch or read My Hero Academia, a lot of her fan base is there because she's sexy. She's kind of like a pop idol, and she hates that fact about her image. She doesn't want to be just, you know, this you know, sexy, you know, girl in a skimpy costume. She wants to be helping people, but that's where her core audience and core supporters are expecting from her. So there's that. Just a really great cast. There's a lot of heroes. They don't all get a huge amount of development. I wish that what is his name? The origami guy. We have one episode dedicated to him. I'd like to see more from him because he has a pretty cool power, but you know, this is a story, this is a show that could potentially get a second season, and I think it would do very well, but at the same time I do think it concluded fairly readily. And I will say, I mean, Sky High isn't the asshole character who was like the hero of the people, but they do still have that element in sort of legacy heroes, original heroes, and you see that to My Hero Academia, you see that in The Incredibles, well, you see it a lot. It's not a new thing, and the other one, Sky High, as well. You see a lot of these similar themes of what is heroism and, you know, morality and, you know, making choices, and do you save one person or do you sacrifice one person for the sake of all these other people? You know, the public persona versus the private persona, and what justice is, and all of the superhero themes that you see a lot in all sorts of comics, manga and cape comics in general. But yeah, really great time. Highly recommend it. If you haven't watched it, it kind of predates the current superhero trend that was really boosted with My Hero Academia, obviously the Marvel stuff, and One Punch Man, all of those things. This predates it, so it's a little bit before its time, but it's really, really good, and I encourage you to watch it if you haven't. Next is the anime adaptation of House of Five Leaves, which is a Natsume Ono manga, one of my favorite of her works. This is a story of set in historical Japan about a group of individuals who kidnap the young heir of rich households and hold them for ransom, basically, and threaten the family that they'll kill their son if they don't comply, and you know, they raise money that way. And so it's kind of a story about bad, I guess technically, quote unquote, bad people, but you learn very quickly that this kidnapping game, this kidnapping scheme has a larger purpose, and our characters, most notably this character here, has a real motivation as to why he kidnaps these young men, and also his own experiences making him giving these young men honestly like a choice at freedom, because they may be doing bad things, but they're not doing immoral things, if that makes sense. Really, really good series. Our main character is this guy here, and he is sort of a very shy, wilting violet of a I mean, he's a samurai, but he doesn't regard himself as a very good samurai. And so he was, after being let go from service to the lord he was working under, he goes to, I think it's Edo, so the capital, and is trying to kind of get work as a bodyguard for another family, another person, another group, whoever needs it. And he kind of falls in with this kidnapping scheme. It's marvelous. Natsume Ono is really good at the subtle character interactions, and I really like the plot in this particular series, as well as Aka. I think when she has kind of a storyline that can be subtle and there's a little bit of mystery behind it, but ultimately it's not like necessarily bad. It's challenging authority, but that's not a bad thing per se. She does that really well, and I really, really like this series. You can buy this. This is the Australian release, as you can tell, giant ratings logo on it. But you can buy the DVDs in the US from NIS America. Got a fancy limited edition release ages ago. This predates that release, I'm pretty sure. But you can buy a standard release as well, and I do highly encourage people to buy it, especially if you like Natsume Ono's other works. This is personally my favorite, along with Aka, of even the anime adaptations. these are her best stuff. Another Australian exclusive release with Welcome to Irabu's Office, which you can tell has the Notamune banner on the top. I talked about Notamune in the Notamune block last video. House of Five Leaves is also from this block, but this I don't think has English release anywhere else. I think it is only Australia. Not even the UK has a release for this series. It's also known as Trapeze, and this is interesting mixed media story. It's kind of like mostly animation, but there's live action segments and like it's very interesting how they did it. About a doctor, or really kind of like he kind of bounces between a medical doctor or like a health doctor and a more psychiatric doctor, and each episode is him seeing a different patient and their different ailments and how those ailments came to be, and him trying to figure out why they might be suffering from something, and then it all ties in to a larger message. It's really, really good. Again, a shame that I don't think anywhere else has this show, and like I said earlier in the last video with Notamune, I really like a lot of their really quirky, off-the-wall type of series like this, that really without that block wouldn't have been made, I don't think. It's just so unlike what a general anime is. It's just so different from, the usual popular stuff. I don't think it's based off of a novel or a manga or anything. I think it is an original work. Might be based off of a novel. I don't know. But it's very different. There's not really like a cute moe aspect. It doesn't really have any super action scenes. It's just like a bunch of weird characters interacting with each other. And I love that shit. Sign me up for that. Next is the only Clamp title that I own, or at least anime version of a Clamp title I own, aside from X, but I haven't watched that yet, and I don't know if I'm going to keep that one. This is Holic, the first season, and the film. The film also comes with the Tsubasa movie because the two are interlinked. You're meant to watch them both together, I guess. Well, kind of. Because if you don't know, Holic and Tsubasa cross over a lot. Yuko, our kind of main character, she's a dimensional witch, and thus she controls both of the timelines. And then Clamp, just you know my thoughts on Clamp. There's a lot of shit. There's just so much, and I can't keep up with all of it. And thus, I will never be that invested in Clampverse. But Holic is definitely probably my favorite of all of Clamp's works. I know that the manga gets a little bit just weird towards the end because of all of the crossover stuff that it has to try and accommodate the Tsubasa, and I just wish Clamp would make stuff that wasn't directly interwoven with all of their other stuff. Can't they just make a standalone series anymore? Evidently not. And it's a shame because Holic is very stylish. It's really wonderful. And again, this is kind of a supernatural story about a boy called Watanuki who can see sort of spirits and weird things. And he starts working for a mysterious sort of store. And Yuko is the head. As I said, she's a dimensional witch. So she can help people with their spiritual issues, the weird ghosts and monsters and spirits that may be, or curses or whatever that may be affecting them. And as an individual who can see those curses and stuff, she hires Watanuki just basically as her errand boy. And later, Domaki, who is a classmate of Watanuki's, kind of gets roped in as well. It's really good. Again, moody, kind of. I really like just kind of the mystery of the supernatural element. It's got really, the anime itself is kind of its time, and it's a shame because Clamp manga is very beautiful, but I don't think it works very well when adapted to the screen, because Clamp has very like noodly bodies, and therefore the characters look really weird when they're animated and moving around. You're like, why are your arms and legs so long? What is oh my god. And if it's cheaply made or just made with like a middling budget, like almost every, if not every, Clamp adaptation has been, then it just can't, it doesn't have the opportunity to have the super high detailed anime, because that, it's fine when it's a still image in a comic. You can have as many little beads and stitches and, you know, trinkets and whatever else on a flat, still, static page, but when you're trying to put that into movement, you have to get rid of a lot of that detail, because it just, you can't animate that. You just don't have the time or the manpower, which is, as I said, it just makes it a shame that you do lose a lot of that when you make the transition to anime. But regardless, this is a good show. We only ever got the first season. It does have, I guess, like is it a second season, or is it just like a series of OVAs? I can't remember. But I feel like we might get the rest of it someday. It just feels like it's weird that we don't have it. I don't know if this sold poorly for Funimation. Maybe it did. That's why they never picked up the rest of it. But it feels like a missed opportunity. And considering how beloved Clamp stuff is and how rabid their fans are, I'd expect that people would want to buy the rest of it and support the rest of it. Maybe if we get a new season or a reboot, a la like the D-Gray Man release, we'll get the rest of it licensed, because that's what happened with D-Gray Man. But who knows, honestly. I couldn't tell you, but it is probably, as I said, my favorite of the Clamp stuff. I haven't read a huge amount. I've read Cardcaptor Sakura. I've read some of their shorter things like Clover, and I feel like I've read something else, but I can't remember. And like they're fine, and I do actually want to read Holic one of these days, but I would do that digitally or through my library. I wouldn't pick up the novels or the books itself unless something really special happened with it, but I doubt it. It's not like a must-have for me, but I would like to read it someday. I'm not going to pull these ones out because they're just the standard keep cases. I think that's fine. You don't need to see them. But first is for, I guess, standard, aside from the Holic movie and Tsubasa movie, I have Air, which is a key visual novel adaptation. This one is an interesting one, mainly because there is a romance aspect, but really the focus is on motherhood and mother-daughter relationship. It's like with canon, like with Clannad, it's not my favorite of the key works, but it does have that larger distinction, and it does feel like its own thing. And like all key works, even if it's super manipulative-y, it still made me cry at the end. And it actually it felt more earned when I was crying at the end of Air, compared to some of the other series. So yeah, it's a good series. You can pick it up. And if you like, you know, the overwrought melodramatic, sad for the sake of sad tragedy porn of key stuff, you can pick up Air very cheaply from Funimation. It's the Save edition. So yeah, I think there's also a movie. Maybe, I don't know. I may be completely wrong. Next to that is Kosei and the Foreign Labyrinth. Ikoku, yeah, Kosei and the Foreign Labyrinth, something along those lines. This is a really interesting historical fiction about a little Japanese girl who comes, or is brought to France during basically the Japanese period of, or interest in France of the Orient, and more specifically Japan and their culture and their art and all of that, which is a real thing that happened in French history. It's around a 19th century type period, and so our main character, she comes to France basically as a maid, to help around the shop of the older man who brought her here. She, as a young daughter of a family with presumably a lot of children, they basically gave her to this Frenchman in order to give her a better life than they would be able to provide her. So it's her relationship with the grandson of this Frenchman who brought her in, and their day-to-day lives. They work in a like a sign shop, a metalworking shop. They make the metal signs for a lot of the stores within the indoor marketplace. They also do like LED lighting type of stuff. It's very cool. And so she's learning about French culture and the French arts, and then the other guy, he's learning about Japanese culture and their budding relationship. And then there's also another girl called Alice, who's just absolutely enamored with Japan and all things Japanese, and so she quickly befriends our main character. And so it's kind of just like a sweet slice of life historical fiction type series of set in a setting that is pretty, like, I don't think it gets explored enough. I think there's a lot of potential within this setting that and it's very cute. Like, it's not really offensive in any way. It's not a must watch, but if you like historical fiction, quiet, sort of slow, heartwarming slice of life series, then check this one out. Next to that is Fantastic Children. It says Volume 1, that's actually the whole series, just in a single keep case, because I don't have room for 6 singles. This is a interesting sci-fi series, again with a sort of a historical fiction element about these individuals a group of kids who reincarnate every 11 years, and they're in search for, I guess, like a princess. Their princess. And they've spent hundreds of years searching for her, and they only have until like age 11 or 12 before their current body kind of breaks down, and then they go through this process of reincarnation again. It's really interesting. The art style, I think, hurt it a lot. It looks very, I don't know, it's just not very typical anime style, which I think made people a bit wary of it. If I can pull it out, you can see, like, it's not super duper. It kind of looks like a bootleg, one of those bootleg anime type of shows, but it's not. It's very, very good, and I would encourage people to try and hunt it down. The music as well is really good for that one. Next to that is Ghost Hunt, which I mentioned a little bit earlier in my last video, in fact, in relation to Shiki and the 12 Kingdoms. Ghost Hunt is a series of paranormal novels written by the author of Shiki and 12 Kingdoms. This is about a high school girl who, again, she can sense sort of bad auras and things, and she becomes the assistant to a psychic investigator, pretty much. And so she, as well as a group of other individuals who are like various forms of exorcists from all different sort of religious backgrounds, and that they go and solve people's paranormal problems. It's very sort of Psychic Detective Yakumo-esque. This show, though, oh my god, okay, there is a particular arc, particular storyline that's sort of related to vampirism. It still gives me the heebie-jeebies. Oh my goodness. It's a really solid story. I really like a lot of the characters. They all interact very well with each other. May is a pretty likable main character, and Naru, the main male character, his kind of interaction with everyone, like the people around him, and his backstory and all of that is pretty intriguing. If you like paranormal, kind of creepier, thriller type stories, check this one out. It is, again, one that you can get very cheaply from Funimation. It's worth the watch. It's a good Halloween time series to get into. Next to that is, on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, another series that I put the whole series into just a single keep case. This is Ghost Stories, which is meant in Japan, it is meant to be just like a kid's sort of paranormal, supernatural, ghost hunting adventure series that is friggin' boring. Boring as hell. And so when, I think it was ADV? Yeah. When ADV was kind of, I guess, forced to license it, it was very definitely part of a bundle where they wanted something else from the studio, and they're like, okay, we'll give you that. Only if you release this other show. And they're like, oh god, but this is terrible. Nobody wants to watch this. So they made a parody dub with it, basically. And it's very funny. I mean, it's... I'm not going to say it's aged super well. And there's a lot of voice actor, like English voice actor specific jokes that you're not going to get if you weren't a fan of English dubs in anime at the time that this show was coming out, but it's still pretty funny. There's an episode where the main character, her younger brother, is trying to run in a race for school, and so he's like trying to train for this race, and the whole thing is like, oh, there's a ghost who's training him, and then the ghost is gonna hurt him the day of the race. Also, there's a talking cat who's like actually a demon, which is fine. But that, oh god, that particular episode is really funny. They're funny. They're funny. It's totally inappropriate. There's a lot of sex jokes, a lot of just not politically correct jokes. One of the characters in the dub is a born-again Christian who's just like super adamant about converting everyone. The other one is, another character is the poor hapless Jewish boy that she's like continuing to tell, like, again, like really bad Jewish stereotypes about, being, tight with money and all of these other things, but also the fact that the born-again Christian girl, she's always like trying to convert him or convince him that he's going to hell if he does. Like, it's not appropriate, but it's funny in the way that like Hetalia is funny. It just came out in a period when it's not meant, like, it's obviously it's humor at the sake of other people, but it is still pretty funny. But it as I said, it's a dub of its time, and if it came out now, I don't know if it would do well. But it's inoffensive, offensive humor, if that makes sense. And it's not perfect. It's not something I would recommend, but it is kind of a classic and kind of legendary within the English fandom mythology, because it's not every day that we get sort of parody dubs. Next to that is Canon, which again is a key adaptation of, this one is more romance focused. I have to say, this is really solid. I do find, again, the ending especially is so melodramatic, oh my god. But the series, I give Key a lot of crap. They are effective at what it does, and if it could have made me enjoy, where is she? This character, who is the most annoying character, oh my god, for the first couple episodes. She doesn't stay around too long because her story arc is fairly early in. If they were able to make me bawl my eyes out over that character, it's doing something right. For all my other issues in the series, that it is very good at a lot of the girls' story arcs that they do, which is, again, it's pretty typical Key work. And again, another one that you can get very cheaply from Funimation. It's in their save line, and it is only DVD, both this and Air. That's the only option for it currently. I don't know if we'll see Blu-rays. We may someday, but right now I'm sure it's not really a priority. But they both, this one, Canon, I see a lot of people kind of argue over whether this or Clannad is the best of the Key works. I would argue no, because that's Little Busters. But for the Kyoto Animation stuff, both this and Clownad are very beloved. And this and Air are, again, they're KyoAni shows. I've mentioned that I am hoping to own all of the Kyoto Animation shows, basically because I do like most, if not all, of their work, and they are an incredible studio that unfortunately did have such a terrible thing happen to them in 2019. And so I wanted to have their work just as, I don't know, just as to be able to honor all of these talented people who lost their lives, and with work that they did put so much of themselves into. So yeah, that's why I have it. Next to that is Lovely Complex, the anime of the manga of the same name. This is a discotheque release, another one that's DVD only currently. I don't know if we'll ever see Blu-ray for it, but I do think this is a really great option to experience the series, not only because it is a pretty good, solid adaptation. It does have a anime original ending, or it ends earlier than the manga ends, but it does have it's not like a lesser experience watching this one. But you also, it's not dubbed, so it is subtitle only, but you get the Osaka Ben, the accents, and it's so good. It's really good. Plus, I mean, I haven't watched these discs in a long time, or maybe at all, so I don't know if the openings and endings were changed, because there was some music rights issues, which is why I don't think it was licensed for a very long time. But I don't know if that was fixed, or if Discotheque just put kind of like sound-alike versions instead, or just didn't have music with them, which would be weird, but oh well. Great series, very funny, very fun, and I don't know if this is in print either, so maybe hunt down a copy whilst it might still exist out there. Next to that is Nobara no O, the anime of the manga of the same name. Again, this is like a loose adaptation. I wouldn't say this one is where the manga is the better experience. I would absolutely recommend the manga, every day of the week, every week of the year. But this does manage to capture a lot of what made the manga good. It does have an anime-only original ending, which is weaker, and it kind of goes a little bit off the rails and goes a little bit ridiculous, which is why I don't think it's very effective, but I do think the kind of epilogue last moments of the last episode were done very beautifully, and it did capture sort of the tone of the overall manga series. I do think that for what it is, it was able to effectively be enough of Nobara no O to be recognizable. I thought that there was some really great character moments captured between the two, and it's a cheaply made series as well, so it doesn't look super wonderful. It's just like it has a lot going against it, but I know a lot of people really do love this anime, that it surprised them that this was where they were first introduced to Nobara no O. And I mean, if you've watched it and you've liked it, I would say buy the manga, but it's out of print, so it's hard to. But this isn't a bad show, aside from, as I said, there's issues with the ending, but overall it's good. If you can get past the idea that it's cheaply made, and it's a cheaply made action show, so, Also, don't watch the Funimation trailer, because, as I said, the Funimation trailer, put me off watching this series for years and years and years. And because it was kind of like trying to slate it as a comedy action. That's not what it is. Even the dub and that's not what it is. Well, I didn't watch the dub, but watching the show, that it doesn't really have a comedic tone outside of sort of incidental characters being cheeky for a little bit. But, this also is one that I'm probably going to be making a box set for, just because I know that this series isn't ever going to get a Blu-ray release. It's not nearly popular enough. So, yeah, that's probably going to be my next part of my next project. I've got that one. I've got to update a Space Brothers one, and I feel like there's something else I need to do. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Next, that is Night Raid 1931, which is another historical kind of supernatural or paranormal story about a group of Japanese spies who are involved with the Manchurian event. So this is obviously set in 1931. It's a really interesting period of time, and Japan's influence overseas, and obviously kind of just the early tensions of pre-war Japan and their impact in other countries, and the political relations with other countries, and the fact that our characters are spies. It's all embroiled in that, and they're spies with like ESP powers, psychic powers. So there's that supernatural element as well. We have the DVD because both this, is it out of print yet? I'm pretty sure it's out of print because it's an Aniplex series that did not get the license renewed. But from what I've heard, the Blu-ray set is not, like, visually it's not as good as the DVD set. Also, this show just is my sister's anyway, like it's her discs. So she just went for the DVD on that one. Next to that is the show and release of Paranoia Agent, the only anime TV show that Satoshi Kon made. Phenomenal series, wonderful. I do hope that I'm sure we'll see a Blu-ray release for this someday from one of the companies. It's too much of a classic, it's too much of a cult, beloved series to not get a wider release and to be put back into print sometime in the future. Although, when, who knows, but I do expect, now that we have Millennium Actress coming to Blu-ray, I do expect we'll see Paranoia Agent someday soon. Next up is Planetes, which is the anime adaptation of the Makoto Yukimura manga of the same name. And I actually think this anime is the better way to experience the story, because it kind of gives it weaves the narrative and pulls the plot lines together into an actual, like, overarching plot line rather than just sort of short snippet vignettes. This is a story set in a near future about a crew of basically space janitors, or junkers. They clean up space to prevent terrible accidents with debris and any kind of space vehicle that may be traveling, because debris in space is very dangerous. We know this for a fact, and every single year humanity is putting more and more debris into this space around Earth, putting it into orbit. The tiniest little nail can absolutely destroy, a satellite, a rocket, things like that. So their work is very important and obviously very relevant as humanity does continue to want to explore space. And in this particular future, humanity is starting to terraform planets, the moon, things like that. So it is a high priority to ensure the safety of, general transport between Earth and other planets, to just get rid of anything that may cause a disaster. Really, really good. I love the opening as well, the opening song, which is a weird thing to note, but really solid series. This is one that I feel like not enough people have heard of, not enough people have watched. It was definitely I don't think it did well for Bandai, which sucks. They were initially, for the singles, they were releasing like fancy limited editions with like extra discs and all of this extra content. And then about halfway through, they realized that they weren't selling enough units, so they just put out just the standard discs and really downgraded the quality of them. It still had a lot of the extras and stuff, but they didn't have like fancy slip covers like the first three had. So they just kind of had to push the series out and hope that it would make money. because Bandai's expectations versus the reality of what people were willing to pay for, were at different places. But it's a phenomenal series. I love it. And if you like, again, sort of realistic sci-fi, if you like Space Brothers type of near-future sci-fi or Robotics Notes near-future sci-fi, this one is very, very, very good. And it handles a lot of different aspects in regards to space travel and the new disparities and new class divides, the new racial divides that will come up when we start to, as humanity, transition to a wider kind of terraforming other planets, things like that, whether or not certain countries will gain power because of their natural resources, things like that, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of political tension, terrorist activities, all fueled by those things, which are all really important and relevant conversations to have that are just get more relevant the closer we get to reality with this type of thing. So, yeah, Planetas, wonderful. Next to that is Restaurante Paradiso, another Natsume Ono anime. I think this was the first of her series to get an anime. Yeah, I'm 100% sure it is. This is probably my least favorite of her works that has gotten an anime. It is good. I do like the anime, but it's not one that I revisit a whole lot. This is about a young Japanese woman who moves to Rome to follow her mother, who has remarried in Rome. But she hides the fact that she's her mother's daughter. But she starts working in the restaurant that her mother and her mother's new husband has opened, and it's about her mother is very particular with her. She has a old man fetish, basically. She likes older, mature men, and especially those in glasses. So all of the people who work there, especially the wait staff, are dapper older gentlemen with glasses and who are very refined and all of this. So it's about the daughter working in this restaurant amongst all of these older men and sort of the circumstances and the lives that these men have had, and her growing romantic feelings for one of the particular waiters, who is very old, a lot older than her, and probably a lot older than her dad even. It's that aspect is kind of not the focus, but it also is the focus. Like mother, like daughter, these two, holy moly. But I mean, again, it's very Natsume Ono. She has a real proclivity for older gentlemen and food, and Europe, most notably Italy. And so it's everything that she's passionate about in one bundle called Restaurante Paradiso. Next to that is YuYu Hakusho, the movie, and the Eizo Hakusho OVAs. We're also getting another movie from Hakusho, aren't we? I don't remember. Something Hakusho was licensed? I'm pretty sure. I may be completely wrong, but I think so. I don't know. Who knows? I might be going crazy. But these are one of the films and the short little OVAs for the YuYu Hakusho franchise. There's another film that you can get. It's really different because it was like dubbed by a different team, and says it's in a weird 2-pack with another movie that I don't know anything about. I feel like I need to track it down someday. I have seen the film, the YuYu Hakusho film that's been on there. The dub is so weird. Just because you get used to, obviously, voices you're more used to, or more acclimated to. But yeah, interesting little thing there. And it's kind of a shame that this never made the jump to Blu-ray, but maybe it will. I may be going crazy, but wasn't something YuYu Hakusho anime related licensed recently? We're getting the Blu-ray or the steelbook for the Blu-rays. I know that. But I feel like there's a recent OVA or movie or something that was licensed and has been dubbed, which is good. And I'm pretty sure that's getting a release. So maybe this might get a jump to Blu-ray when that one gets... I don't know. Who knows? This is just speculation. It's all just speculation. Finally, for this shelf, we have the Ranma 1/2 limited editions, part 1 to 7, so the complete 200-something episodes, plus the OVA and movie releases, all on Blu-ray from Viz. This is a really fun Rumiko Takahashi series about... Oh my god. This series, this premise, would not work now if it was being released. I mean, it might, but it would not be nearly as famous, and a lot more people would be critical of it compared to when this actually came out, which was the 80s. Or 80s and 90s. This is a story of a boy called Ranma, who, when doing training, because he's a martial artist, when doing training with his father in China, he falls into a magical spring, and each spring has a different power that, or I guess curse or something, that goes onto the people who fall in there, and they're all generally transformation curses, right? So Ranma, every time he falls into cold water, he turns into a girl. His body turns into a girl body, basically, and thus shenanigans in just happens, right? And then whenever he gets doused in warm water, or maybe it's the other one, when he's in warm water, he turns into a girl. When he's in cold water, he changes back to his original, quote-unquote, male body. And then, so there's a lot of shenanigans because his father falls into a spring as well, but now he's just a panda. He just is a panda forever. He does sometimes change back into a human, but 99% of the time he's a panda. The shenanigans happens because Ranma and his father go back to Japan, and because Ranma's, I think, betrothed to the second daughter of this family, and so they're going to go live with this girl and her father and her two sisters, her older sister, her younger sister, and they also have a martial arts school. The anything goes martial arts, I think, is that Ranma's family's thing. And she this girl, Akane, she's not into, she does not want to think about getting married. She hates him. But in that very tsundere 90s, 80s way, it's I hate you, but in fact you know that they're into it. And so there's, shenanigans ensues where he'll, fall into, oh no, he fell into a pool, now he's a girl, and also nobody realizes that it's the same person, despite their personalities being pretty much identical. Also, Ranma's hair goes from black to red, so this is female Ranma on this particular set case. And then if it wants to get out, it's very like with a lot of Rumiko Takahashi. See, this is normal Ranma, and then these are some of the side characters. So usually, like with all of Rumiko Takahashi's series, it's just a gag comedy that honestly goes on for far too long. That's why I don't really buy Takahashi's manga, because I am interested in Maison Koku, but a lot of her series just are oh my god, this is so long. And because most of them are just a particular punchline being told for 30 volumes, it does, in my opinion, get a little bit old, because there's not a huge amount of plot momentum, which you don't need in a gag manga, or a comedy manga, but it just, once you've read, 3 or 4 of the volumes, you don't need to read the rest, because it's all the same shit. So we have other characters. We have Ryoga, who he can transform into a pig because of other Chinese spring shenanigans. And then we have Shampoo, who's in love with Ranma, and she turns into something as well. I can't remember what it is. It's like a mouse or something. And Ryo goes like totally into Akane, and he has terrible direction, so he gets lost all the, just the normal goofball comedy type of deal. It's a fun series. It's the type of show that you put on in the background and you have the little dub on and you laugh at the jokes because they are really funny. And you're like, oh my god, this is amazing, in that like really cheesy 90s way. Yeah, again, obviously I feel like now if it was coming out, it would have, if it was like a new series, I mean, it would be under a lot of scrutiny for, being, I mean, there's some racial stereotyping there. Obviously, there's a lot of gender issue stuff there, but it wasn't really ever meant to be taken seriously, and that's fine. It's a good time for what it is, and Viz obviously recognized that a lot of people loved it. These are very popular limited edition sets, and some of them are very out of print and impossible to find, although you can get the standard Blu-ray for a lot of them, so you're not going to miss out too much. You can still buy the show very readily. So the good news is we're finished with the anime. I don't have any more anime to show off. The bad news is there's still a lot to get through. This shelf, though, should be pretty quick to get through. First of all, we have Natsume, volumes 1 to 23, which is the entirety of the series in English thus far. I think there's 24 volumes out in Japan currently. I've already said my piece on Natsume in previous episodes, or previous videos for this pickup video, or for this collection video. But this is one of my absolute favorite series of all time. Another one that came to me when I was sort of needing it the most. And this series is about a teenage boy who has the ability to see and interact with yokai. And he was orphaned at a very young age, and since his parents' death, he has been bounced between various different relatives, family members, but never really treated properly because he would react badly to all the various monsters he would see in his life. So now, as a teenager, he has found a new home, new family, a new couple who has taken him in, and they live out in the country, and it's a smaller town. It gives him a little bit more breathing space, and they're a childless couple. They always wanted kids, but just never had the opportunity to have them, or just weren't able to. It's not really explicitly made clear as to why they never had kids, but they wanted to give Takashi Natsume, our main character, an opportunity to kind of just have a better life. They recognized that he wasn't getting the care or attention that he needed in the other foster homes that he was placed in, or the other relatives he was placed with. And so they thought, well, we live in the country. It is a nice, relaxing kind of area. It'll let him sort of sort through his own problems and his own struggles, and we'll be there to support him. And so that's what happens. It's a really lovely sentiment. So he's now found himself in a new home with people who genuinely care about him, and so he doesn't want to mess up this good thing that he has going right now. But he's actually in the same town where his grandmother, who is he's heard stories of. She died before he was born, but he's heard stories that she was weird, and she was able to see spirits, or the townspeople just didn't really like her. And in staying in this area, he has inherited from her this item, this book called the Book of Friends, which contains a whole bunch of names from the local yokai, which she collected during her youth. And so now a large part of his personal journey is returning names to various yokai that want them back. It's a very powerful thing to have yokai's names. It gives you complete control over them. And for Reiko, his grandmother, it was really the only connection that she could forge with other people, because the people in the town thought she was weird, and the yokai thought she was kind of weird, but at least with the yokai she knew she could interact with them on somewhat same level. She could control them and somewhat manipulate them, and it wasn't necessarily with malice that she mistreated these yokai, but this was the only way that she had any personal relationships in her life. So now Natsume, in an effort to kind of get closer to this woman who he never met, but who also had the same gifts that he does, and in an effort to forge more relationships, not only with the humans in his life, but the local yokai, he uses the Book of Friends and his abilities and a larger cast that do later come to become aware of his ability and his interests, and do open up a larger society of those who can see yokai and these exorcists. His slow and steady and just really kind, wonderful maturation as a person, and being able to get closer and rely on other people and grow friendships and grow genuine, long-lasting relationships in his life after years and years of neglect and abuse and all of these things that were done to him just because he didn't react or he didn't behave in the ways that other people expected him to behave in. And I've said this before, but it is an interesting allegory you could make for being able to see spirits, being able to see yokai, and mental illness, or even just like for him, for a kid within the foster system, someone, or for an orphan who hasn't had the greatest upbringing, how we treat those who are from difficult backgrounds and how the system fails them, how open neglect and abuse can be kind of hand-waved because at least somebody's, at least we know where that kid is, type of deal. There's a lot of issues that can be sort of paralleled, and there's nothing is ever explicitly shown insofar as like being physically or emotionally abusive or neglectful. We don't have a scene where one of his foster families is beating him up or just not feeding him or things like that, but we do see the aftermath and sort of the results of just through his behavior, through his appearance, through his reactions to other people, and his personality, especially early on in the series, how much Natsume really was just looking for acceptance, looking to appease people for the fear that they would throw him out and that he would continue to be unwanted for the rest of his life, which is heartbreaking. But the series itself isn't overly somber or sad. There's a lot of very bittersweet and melancholy stories in this series, but overwhelmingly it is hopeful, it is kind and accepting, and really does have this larger message of tying people together, even when the sort of initial circumstances aren't inherently what you would expect friendship to come from. Early when he moves to this new town with these new people, he accidentally unseals or unleashes a powerful yokai called Madara, but who is also kind of still sealed in the form of a cat, or a cat statue. And Madara, or Nyanko Sensei, as he is most often regarded, decides to make a deal with Natsume that if he becomes Natsume's bodyguard and protects him from any of the spirits who may want to hurt Natsume, kill him in order to get control of the Book of Friends for themselves so they can become powerful over the other yokai. In exchange for his bodyguard work, he when Natsume dies, or when he sort of tires of returning names, he will give Nyanko the Book of Friends and any remaining names that are in it. So it's kind of a beneficial solution for the two of them. And so Nyanko becomes not only Natsume's confidant and kind of the series' mascot, but he really becomes a father figure, support system for Natsume, and a pretty interesting guide and insight into Natsume's grandmother, because Nyanko knew her, as did many of the yokai. Obviously, that's how they gave her their names at some point. So through the various yokai he's interacting with, he's slowly learning more about this relative that no human relative he has really wants to talk about. So he's learning more about his past, or his family's past ancestry, and who his grandmother was, and her own struggles with this gift, and also just bridging the gap between the much more volatile group of exorcists who generally see yokai as tools that can be either exploited or just be, exorcised, gotten rid of, and these yokai who just want to exist, hopefully not cause too much trouble. He's sort of the middle ground, and he really is this bridge between the two sides, along with many of his friends, some who are just normal humans, don't know anything about the yokai, and just accept Natsume for who he is, including the Fujiwaras, his current foster parents. But he does also have friends and people in his life who do understand the yokai stuff, do know that he sees it, and try to support him in any way they can. Tanoa, Taki, and Natori are sort of the main ones. There's a lot of really wonderful dynamic relationships here, and it's so beautiful. It is another one, like with Mushishi, like with Mononoke, like with so many of these series I've said already. Each chapter is quite self-contained and episodic, and they're honestly really powerful. The fact that this series at 23 volumes is still so good, the fact that at six seasons of anime plus a movie, that it still is, it just makes you feel so many emotions, is really a sign of incredible writing and incredible characters. Yuki Midorikawa is amazing at what she does, and there's a real lightness, a real happiness to her works, that even when you are sad and when your heart is breaking, you feel hopeful for these characters and for the future of the story. It's it's pretty much the quintessential supernatural slice of life-y type of story, and I absolutely adore it. It's also the type of series that I would recommend, and in Japan is hugely popular with everyone, from ages 5 years old to 95 years old. Anyone can enjoy this series, and it is hugely popular in Japan. And that's really something that I would say can cross over to, you don't have to be a kid to enjoy this. You don't have to be a girl to enjoy this, because this is a shoujo manga. This is a story that is very universal in its appeal, and I think most people, if not everybody, can gain something from it if you give it a shot. Beautiful series, just really powerful in its messages, but beautifully subtle. Despite that, it never feels like it's smacking you over the head with a moral or a theme, even when it is handling a lot of the darker aspects of Natsume's past and what has happened in his previous life, as it were. Really, really lovely. Obviously, I've talked a lot about this series already because I have figures, I have the anime, I have various things in relation to this series, because it really is one of my absolute favorite. And it's the type of thing that I feel like could go on forever, and even if it did, I truly believe that it will continue to be at the quality that it is, which is superb, and just continue to be valuable and wonderful and something to love and cherish and enjoy. In a somewhat related note, I do also, right next to that, have a figure of a character, and really this character is kind of more so from the anime versus the manga. He is in the manga as well, but this is, for anyone who doesn't know, this is a little little fox character, Kitsune, who just, oh, he's so sweet. And his main chapter that he's in is in relation to this hat. He's, after recently being orphaned himself, this is a little fox kit, and he finds a hat, and it's his treasure, and you know, and I think he loses his hat, and so he asked Natsume to help him find his hat, and everybody fell in love with this little fox in season 1, and therefore he was in every season after that, and he's been in, I think, 1 or 2 follow-up chapters from the chapter, like his original chapter in the manga as well. Absolute fan favorite. He has a lot of, I guess, quote-unquote filler. He's had filler episodes where they're not episodes from the manga, but he's still superb episodes. And this character, there's a lot of wonderful yokai in this manga. This one is definitely the one that everybody loves. He's so sweet. He's so... Oh, he's just really cute and just really genuine and earnest. And like a lot of yokai, almost they're very childlike. And this one is an actual child. It's a young little fox. But yokai don't have, at least in Natsume, they're meant to be like children. They're meant to be innocents. They don't really fully comprehend a lot of the bad implications or a lot of the troubles that humans are more aware of and have to deal with. They don't have the same levity for certain things compared to humans who are, you know, we only live for a certain amount of years, whereas yokai can live for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So the level and the disconnect of existence is just inherently different. And yokai, I mean, they're just kind of childish and mischievous, and a lot of the times just want to have fun and want to, you know, enjoy every day. They don't really understand, a lot of them don't really understand working hard towards a goal if there's not an immediate result, an immediate reward for it. They just want to be like kids. They just want to have their cake and eat it too, as it were. But yes, this particular yokai is beloved within the franchise, and he's not even technically, I mean, he's a manga character, but I think a lot of his popularity really stems from the anime, and the fact that he got a figure speaks so much to how much people love him. Natsume, although not a hugely popular series in the West, unfortunately, it is very, very popular, as I said, in Japan, so we do get a lot of merchandise. Natsume himself has had endless figures. Nyanko Sensei has so much merchandise with his likeness on it. So many plush toys, so many figures, so many different things. And I adore it, and I highly encourage people to pick it up and try it. This particular figure is a 1/7 scale done by Aniplex. It was an exclusive and limited release. He's posed in the standard, because he had a general wider release standard figure, which was this with the hat. The limited also came with the large leaf umbrella type deal, which is also very cute and quite iconic for the character. But his hat is really like the crucial point of his early character, and it's just really well done. I love him, and considering how many figures that the Natsume franchise gets, and considering this character's popularity, it doesn't surprise me that he did get a figure at And the fact that it's like a nice, high quality scale figure from a very well-known company is really exciting. And I'm really, really, really happy to have him. Next and finally for this shelf, we have Horimiya volume 1 to 12. This is up to date. This is a manga about two high school kids who have, they kind of accidentally run into each other outside of school, and they realize that they have very different personalities outside of school compared to how they act at school. And so they kind of become, they know each other's secret. So we have Hori, who is the girl, and we have Miyamura, who is the guy. And at school, Hori's like quite a popular, well-liked, just kind of every girl sort of, you know, just the type of girl who you think has a lot of friends, goes out a lot, probably has a boyfriend, not really taking life too seriously. She has good grades and that, but she's seen as kind of, you know, she's just living her high school experience to the best of her ability, and she's seen as, you know, just a pretty typical high school girl. And then Miyamura, he's kind of the opposite. He's quiet and very nerdy and very shy. He kind of hides away from interacting with his classmates. But one day, kind of coincidentally, Hori, her younger brother, Shota, runs in. I think he gets hurt at the park, or he runs in or gets lost. And so he asks for help from a stranger who happens to be Miyamura, who helps him get home. I'm pretty sure he, like, Shota scraped his knee or something. So he offered to help him get back home. And because, you know, because he was upset. And so Hori answers the door, and at home Hori is very much like, these characters have a mother and she lives with them, but she's really the mom. Like, she cooks the meals, she does all the errands, she goes grocery shopping, she cleans the house. She's kind of in control of the house, and she looks after her younger brother. So despite her kind of more typical outlook and like popular girl kind of persona at school, at home she's very responsible. And not that she's irresponsible technically at school, but she's very serious. She basically runs her household, and she's kind of a second mother to her younger brother. But when she answers the door, and in the process she's about to thank this kind other person who helped her younger brother get home, and she realizes that it's her classmate Miyamura, but he does not look like the normal Miyamura, which is what he looks like on this cover here. No, outside of school, Miyamura, his personality isn't all too different, but he's a lot more confident in himself. He has a lot of tattoos, he has a lot of ear piercing, his long hair he pulls up, so you know, he dresses a lot more fashionably. He definitely has kind of a bad boy look and a lot more confidence when he's not forced into like an awkward social situation or around people that he doesn't really know and doesn't have any friends with. A large part of the tattoos and piercing things was in middle school him wanting to become a stronger person than he is now. But it means that because if you don't know, piercings are already frowned upon in Japan. They're not, especially like male piercings. You don't want to be flaunting that you have them. Tattoos, huge no-no. But the fact is Miyamura has them. So in order to not get in trouble by the school, he grows his hair out long so he can hide the piercings. He takes all the earrings and stuff out. But he has like I'm pretty sure he has a nose piercing. He definitely has a whole bunch of ear piercings. He might have like eyebrow and nose as well, but he takes all of that out for school, and he grows his hair out to hide all of these piercings. And he always wears long sleeves. He's always wearing the blazer to hide, and he never goes swimming at the school. He never goes to the swim class because otherwise people would see his tattoos. And I'm like, oh boy, this is why you wait to get this done. I'm like, who was the irresponsible tattooer who allowed a high schooler, really a middle schooler, to get these? No. But anyway, they kind of become each other's, because they know each other's secret, they become friends, and they grow closer, and then over the course of the series, that friendship turns into a romantic relationship. This is a very funny series. I really like all of them. There's a lot of really funny jokes. The core cast and the side characters are all really funny. A lot of the recurring jokes are very funny. It's a typical high school romance rom-com, but it's always pretty lighthearted. Any rivalry characters, it never gets super dramatic or like or nobody really acts like super bitchy to anyone. It doesn't really go into the cruelness insofar as the romantic tension relationship stuff. A huge part of it is about bullying, and obviously, especially with Miyamura, how he perceives himself because of the bullying he experienced in the past. But it's just funny. It has a lighthearted tone. I love the student council president, and that poor boy, ever suffering, who is a childhood friend of Hori, and is kind of often, he commiserates a lot with Miyamura over her eccentricities, because despite how kind of put together she is at school and in her I guess more domestic duties, she's a bit of a rascal. She's very into super violent movies, and she kind of wants a bad boyfriend, which is, she kind of doesn't mind if she gets roughed up a bit, which is fine if it's all consensual. But Miyamura's not, like, he's afraid. He doesn't want to hurt his girlfriend or his friend, and she's like, no, hit me, and he's like, no, I don't want to, this is not, and she's like, okay, that's fine. So there's like an interesting dynamic between them, but they are really sweet regardless. Yeah, so far, a lot of the romantic relationship development in so far as these two has happened. These later volumes, we have had more of a focus on the larger, wider cast and their various romantic interactions, which is, I think, I really like all of the cast. I think they're all very funny, but I know that some people would much prefer a series to just focus on the main characters and not necessarily have to waste time on everyone else. And I understand not necessarily needing to see the relationships for every single character. Not everyone needs to end up in a happily ever after romance type deal, but I do really like these two, and I like their interactions, and I like their romance, and the humor is very, very funny. There's a particular bit, I don't remember what volume, but there's a particular bit where Miyamura doesn't want to go swimming because obviously his tattoos things. Also, he's just not like really he's good. He gets a good score in like health and PE, but he doesn't do swimming because of tattoos, as I said. And then the president, the student council president, also doesn't want to swim, but that's because he's like really not a sports guy, and also I'm pretty sure he's kind of insecure about being really skinny. And they're petitioning the PE teacher to like let them not have to swim, and he's like, well, no, you have to swim, like you have to give me an excuse, like you have to give me a good reason. And like, oh well, both of my arms will be, because it's not even a day that they're swimming. It's like when they're going to be swimming in 3 days or whatever. And he's like, well, both of my arms are going to be broken by that day. And he's like, what do you mean they're both, how do you know that's going to happen? It's like, I'm sure I'm going to get into an accident and both of my arms and both of all my bones are going to be broken. I can't do it. It's like, no, that's not, there's no way you could know that, and don't don't break all of your bones just so you don't have to go swimming. And they're like, no, and then Miyamura's like, I've got the perfect idea. I've got the perfect, reasoning. And the coach is like, what? Like, literally what? What is your excuse? And they're like, we're gonna be on our periods. You can't let us swim. You can't force us to swim. We're gonna be on our periods. And he's like, that's not how that works. Like, kids, boys, that is not how that works. And I'm sorry, but that is not a valid excuse. Especially for you two. And it's just like, it's that kind of humor. And there's that, like, I don't know, that particular thing just made me laugh a lot. These kids aren't always the smartest. But it is actually really genuinely funny a lot of the time. And, they're just good kids. Morimiya's, what am I saying? Miyamura, not Morimiya, what am I talking about? Miyamura, he is, his family runs a bakery, so he's like he works at the cake shop and stuff, so he's always bringing cakes over, and Shota, the little brother, is, like, he's super keen, he just wants his family to adopt Miyamura, and then also, like, Hori's dad, he's like, he really also wants to adopt Miyamura. He's like, oh no, you can join our family, it's fine. Even if things don't work out, I want you as a son. And he's like, sir, please, I don't, like, this is a lot. And he's like, come on, bathe with me. And he's like, no, I'm fine, please don't do this. And she's like, Dad, could you stop? You're literally the worst. He's like, no, why are you so mean to me? It's like, 'cause you're a bum and we don't want you here. And are you even working? He's like, I'm working, I just yeah, it's just funny. It's just funny. If you like Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun, it's not really the same premise, but it is very funny and kind of a similar type of humor. And yeah, I've said this before, but I'm kind of picky when it comes to humor for comedy series, but this one is one that I find really effective. So yeah. First, for this shelf, we have another figure, the little bit of display. This is a weird one because this is I think Chinese Vocaloid. Mythos or Mythios, something like that is the manufacturer. They do have figures of some Japanese properties, but a lot of them are kind of general or original character stuff or Chinese stuff, because they're a manufacturer in Hong Kong, I believe. So some pretty interesting figures you can get from them. But I don't know her. I don't know any of the music she's done. But dang, if I don't love the design of this figure and of this character. I really, really love it. And I'm really, really happy. She's very pretty, and I really like the kind of night sky theme that she's pulling there. And Mythos is a pretty decent company. They have some really lovely figures, both original characters and well-known characters as well. Now, first in this stack is volumes 1 and 2 of Haru Itagaki's Beastars. This is a very popular in Japan, and also I guess now I've heard a lot of good buzz about it. I'm enjoying it. Shonen series featuring anthropomorphic characters, and it is about a wolf boy teen who is part of the drama club in his school, and the series opens with one of the drama club members being brutally murdered. And so there's a lot of tension between all of the school's cohort about who could have murdered this fairly popular young alpaca. who was the star of the show as well, star of their current production. And so there's a lot of tensions between the herbivores and the carnivores, or the sort of the predator and prey population of the school. There's a lot of really interesting aspects of this series, and I really like how the overall mystery is kind of pulled into just the general drama and tension between this drama club. I like Lugosi's struggle, that is very obviously paralleled with like adolescence, but also his, I guess, animal instinct, natural instinct type of thing, and the relationship he has with Haru, who is a dwarf rabbit, obviously a prey type of animal. And the second volume introduces a pretty interesting aspect of Haru's character, which I was surprised that they went all out for, in her being kind of a slut within, and like that's her reputation within the series and within the school, and like everyone knows it, and she kind of embraces that about herself. It's really interesting. I'm curious as to where it goes, and I say I don't mean to like slut shame or anything, and I don't mean it necessarily in a negative sense, but it's kind of interesting that the rabbit is like that's part of her character. But it's an interesting way to have a positive, like, because really Haru is our main female protagonist, and it's not all that often that you see a teenage girl who is very obviously engaged in sexual activity in a positive sense. Like, that's just not really done. And then our main male character kind of respecting her and respecting her choices regardless of her bad, bad reputation. It's a unique and refreshing look on that sort of thing. And of course, again, sort of the rabbit thing is a little bit of a joke and a wink wink nudge nudge type of deal. But yeah, it was really interesting, and I really look forward to volume 3. I knew that this series is hugely popular in Japan, and having read the first 2 volumes, I can definitely see why. This is being put out by Viz. It's in its signature line, so it's a larger trim size, and it's like 17, 18 volumes currently in Japan, so it is a longer series, but I mean, it's really good. It's got me hooked, and I cannot wait to read more about Lugosi and the other various animals in his school, his friends, his club members, and everyone else. And also this larger mystery of who killed one of their classmates, and why as well. Ooh, we'll have to see. Next is Hakume and Mikochi. I have volumes 1 and 2. This is by Takuto Kashiki. This is a Harta series, so it's published in Harta magazine, about, like with Arietti, like a race of very small people, tiny people, who live within the woods, and kind of they're not really fairies because they don't have magic as such. They're just, tiny little people, and their day-to-day lives and interacting with a world so large around them. I really love the creativity that goes into this series. It is, again, like a slice of life, kind of soothing, calming, atmospheric type of rumination, just, going through life. This is the type of seinen that, you see again and again in my collection, because this is the kind that I really, really like. And Harta magazine really does this type of seinen the best. There are 7 volumes of this out currently. I only have the first 2 because yen press prices are very pricey, personally. So I wanted to get it for an absolute age, but I waited until I could find a kind of decent price for some of these volumes, and I actually bought these 2 locally, secondhand. Technically they're new, but I did buy it from a seller who obviously was wanting to get rid of them from the collection, which was good for me. Really, really lovely. Hakume and Mikochi are just two young women who work. They have two kind of opposite jobs. Hakume works as like a fixer. She's kind of a builder or laborer or a crafts person. You know, she can put something back together again. Engineer would probably be a good way of phrasing that. And then Mikochi she works in a lot of like seamstress. She makes a lot of product for various stores, cooking and, you know, making clothes and making soaps and all these different things, which is really cool. And so those two live together. They're friends, roommates, possibly romantically involved, although that's not really a focus at all, so who knows. If you want that to be the case, then maybe it is. And it's just their day-to-day lives and the various things that happen to them. A lot of the characters they interact with, other tiny people like themselves, also animals, you know, who talk like humans. They're just, you know, additional characters in this little magical world that is pretty fun to read about. I like again, not that this is inherently a new idea. Ariettes, or the Borrowers, is a pretty standard and beloved book and franchise and has had a bajillion different iterations. But I really like the nature and the creativity of living in the forest and how these individuals utilize all of the things around them to the best of their ability. And yeah, it's really, really sweet and wonderful. And again, if you like low-key, kind of little bit of a low fantasy slice of life setting, check out Hakume and Mikochi. Really, really beautiful artwork as well, as per expected from Harta. Next is a new series from 2019, Volume 1 and 2 of Magus of the Library by Mitsu Izumi. This is a real, like, honestly, I'm so surprised that I never heard of this series before it was licensed, and even after the first volume was released, I really didn't hear a huge amount of people talking about it. There were some people, and I thank them for encouraging more people to try it and for talking about it, but oh my god, a lot of people are missing out because they don't know about this series. So what this is, this is a kind of fantasy set story. It reminds me a lot, fantasy-wise, like the level of fantasy as like the 12 Kingdoms, where there's magic and kind of magical creatures, but it's not really a prolific thing. It's not, at least so far, there hasn't been any like, oh yes, we are wizards. But this is the story of a young boy who loves reading, but because he looks different from everyone else in his village, and also because he is poor, he's from the slums, he is not allowed to go into his local library. The only way he is able to is he's actually befriended the daughter of the owner of the library, and she sneaks him in and out. But he absolutely loves reading. He loves the escapism of a book, and it gives him the opportunity to dream of adventure and to dream of the wider world where maybe he isn't so different as everyone else, because the people in his town and kind of humanity in general, they are dark, dark complexion, dark hair, dark eyes, whereas our main character is total opposite. He's incredibly fair, green eyes, blonde, really pointed ears as well, and so there's a lot he's discriminated against a lot because he looks different. He's bullied a lot, but when he's 6 years old, he runs into some librarians from the larger city, and they kind of help him out and inspire him to want to become a librarian himself. And so this story, and where it is currently, is him wanting to become a librarian in order to share his love of reading with the rest of the world and encourage more people to read, which is a great thing to do. Very noble cause there. We have a bunch of various, I guess, races or ethnicities of the magical, like the fantasy type within this series. All of them are humanoid, but we have like a tiny little fairy type of race. We have another one who are like very tall, dark hair, pointed ears, and just like culturally very different but fair. And then we have like there's a bunch of different kind of races, but nobody that looks like our main character that he's run into so far. And there's a big implication that there was a race war and like the genocide of his, where he, you know, his ethnicity, his peoples, or that side of his peoples, because he's kind of half. He might be half human, half elf, or whatever. Like, I don't know what the thing is, and they haven't revealed it, but basically elf. And thus the remaining members of that group have withdrawn from wider society, so people don't really know who he is and what he is. And so it's kind of his personal journey, not only to spread the love of reading, but also to learn more about himself and where he comes from and who he is. Really, 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 really good. I said in my pickups video, this, I knew that I would like it. I was surprised in how quickly I fell in love with it. And it was honestly, maybe I'm easy to please, but oh my god, they have dinosaurs as just like farm animal type of, or wild animals in this series, and that just sold it for me. I was already having a good time, but the fact that they're like, oh yeah, dinosaurs, we use them like horses. I'm like, hell yeah, you do. That's great. I love it. It's just like a really magical world, and I feel like I want to spend more time in it. And especially with these characters, because our main character is very, very sweet. You want to see him succeed. You want to see him find out more about himself. A lot of the new side characters that were introduced in the first and the second book seem like a lot of fun. And the first the first book is quite self-contained. It's kind of a prologue to the larger story that really kicks off in volume 2. And I can't wait for more. It's really, really good. Makes me very happy. And I encourage you to try it, especially if you like this kind of, again, low-key kind of fantasy setting. If you're enjoying Ascendance of a Bookworm, this is a great one to pair with that. If you're enjoying, just kind of the current wave of slice of life fantasy type of stories. Next is another surprise breakout hit for me this year. This is O Maidens in Your Savage Season, written by Mari Okada and the art done by Nao Emoto. This has a recent anime adaptation, which I have not yet completed, but from what I have seen is very, very good. And this, I talked about in a couple of the last videos, that my relationship with Mari Okada is a little bit rocky. I have great respect for her as a creator. She's done a lot of stuff. Some of that is phenomenal stuff. Other stuff is not. Let's just put it that way. And so, you know, I usually think like, oh, am I going to enjoy this? Or is it going to be, especially because a lot of her works do rely on that very overt, like, melodrama, emotional. Anohana is a perfect example of this. Anohana isn't bad, but it does feel very manipulative-y to make you feel sad, right? Same thing with Makuya, which is her directorial debut, which is great, but it felt like a debut film, and again, really relied on, you know, oh, you should feel sad, isn't this a sad thing? Oh, or doesn't it break your heart? Doesn't it make you want to cry? And you're like, yes, but I'm not happy about it because I feel like you're forcing me into this. This is not that. This is a really, really wonderful, genuine, very aware look at female sexuality in adolescence. And I think if you are or have ever been a young woman or presented as such, you will find there's a lot of relatability in this series. I think most people can relate to an extent, because the relationship that young girls have with their own sexuality, especially during puberty, is so, like, there's a lot of toxicity around it, and it's often not encouraged. So this, I think, really explores the nuance of, you know, being interested in sex, growing up kind of realizing that, you know, oh, I am, you know, I do have physical needs and wants and things like that. But then also trying to figure out, or you might not have that. So there's like various levels, and obviously people come to realizations and they go through different things in their life. And so this story is about a literature club in high school who, just through the sheer act of being a literature club, decide that they need to kind of address the fact that a lot of literature talks about sex, and that all these girls are young girls, and that's not really appropriate for young girls to be talking about sex, which is, you know, that's not true, but it's perceived like, oh, you know, we're young maidens and we're meant to be, you know, innocent and whatever else, so we shouldn't be so crass and be talking about sex and whatever else. And each of these girls are at a different stage in their life where they might be actively pursuing sex, they might not have any interest, some haven't even considered it. So there's a variation as to interest and at points of where these girls are. And being in high school, they're in the midst of adolescence, the midst of their savage season, as it were. And so their slow realization on what they do want from a physical relationship, if they want a physical relationship, what is important to them. I really, 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 really love this series a lot. And I'm really happy that Mari Okada, for me at least, really managed to write something that I find is so incredibly genuine and captures so many things that I've personally been through. I know a lot of my other friends who are reading this feel the same way. They see a lot of themselves in one or more of these girls, and it's not something that is talked about enough, because there is a stigma of, you know, girls shouldn't be talking about sex, they shouldn't be thinking about sex, we shouldn't encourage young women to be having sex because, oh, that's not allowed. Boys, who cares? Let's make masturbation jokes every single, like, that's just a given. Girls, no, not allowed, purity only. Which, of course, double standards, and you know how much I love those. But yeah, O Maidens in Your Savage Season, phenomenal series. Really, really happy to have it in the collection. And I'm glad that it really impressed me, because I was intrigued about it from the premise. And as I said, I have liked a lot of Okada's work, and I did want to like this, and it blew me away, blew me out of the water with how much I loved it. Really, really, really wonderful. And now Emoto, you may know from Forget Me Not, the artist from that. Beautiful art, yeah, just gorgeous. Everything is done perfectly, and I do talk, myself and my friend Whimsical Pictures, of whom I co-host the Read Right to Left podcast with, we actually talk about the series a little bit more there in the upcoming episode, so you may want to listen to that if you're interested. Next is Wotakoi, Love is Hard for Otaku by Fujita. This is a webcomic, I believe, that is currently being released in 2-in-1 releases by Kodansha. This is a rom-com about two office workers who were childhood friends, but didn't really stay close throughout growing up, but who are both kind of secretly, at least for the girls' part, but not the guys, both otaku. They have various interests, and so what happens is that this young woman, she decides to, I think she gets breaks up with her boyfriend, who also works at the same company as her, so she quits her job, finds another job, finds out that she's working with this guy who she knew in childhood, and they were quite close friends. But she kind of feels comfortable around him because he knows her secret, and that secret is that she's a super BL fan. Because up until this point, she kind of pretends to be quote unquote normal at work. She doesn't bring up her hobbies, and if she's in a relationship, she would never talk about her hobbies and how much she likes BL with her boyfriend. Her childhood friend, he's a huge gamer, always playing a game, mobile, PC, console, whatever. He's got something going on. And so they're both like pretty unabashed dorks with each other. And they also have a couple other coworkers who are kind of covert otaku as well, who are also in a relationship. One who's super into cosplay and crossplay especially. She, dresses up as all of the very handsome men from whatever show, and then her boyfriend is kind of the more typical, like, normal manga fan. He likes anime, he likes manga, but he's, like, not super duper obsessed with one particular thing compared to all the rest of the people in this series. But it's about their friendship, and then ultimately it's about the relationship between these two main characters, because after kind of weeks of accompanying this girl to drinks and her complaining about, how whenever she thinks she's got a good thing going with a guy, he'll find out that she's a nerd and he'll break up with her, or she just can't be herself and she has to hide that part of her life, and she's kind of commit to like hide it forever. And he's like, well, if you date me, then you wouldn't have to hide that. And she's like, oh yeah, that's true. And so it's kind of they're both very awkward, and it's sweet, it's lovable. I again really like all of the characters in this. Our main male character, his younger brother, another golden retriever in human form. He is a sweetheart. Oh, he knows nothing about like gaming or any of this dorky stuff, but he becomes friends with a girl who's like super duper into gaming, and their relationship is kind of going place. Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. And also for us super dorks who do obviously know a lot of manga, a lot of anime, a lot of gaming, there's so many references to so many things in every volume. You're like, oh hey, I know all of these things that you're talking about, so it's kind of relatable in that sense as well. It's a bit of a I wouldn't say read it for the references, obviously. Like, it's a good series on its own, but it's always kind of fun when you're like, I recognize that. I say as I criticize Lucky Star for the same thing, but I don't know, volume 3 of this literally had the posters for the free recap movies. I was like, oh my god, they went to go see Timeless Medley. So yeah, and it's nice. Again, I'm a sucker for childhood friends to lover trope. That's just my thing. I love it in media when you've secretly been in love with someone since you were kids. I'm just weak for that plot, okay? I'm just weak for that trope, and that's what this series is. Kind of twice. So it's really good. It's very fun and funny, and it's just a sweet little Josei, rom-com comedy about two dorks and who are big nerds and are also in love and are kind of trying to figure out how to be in love and how to balance their hobbies And then also like, oh yeah, we're in kind of an adult relationship. We should probably figure out how to be in an adult relationship. Next is Volume 1 of Skullface Bookseller Honda-san by Honda. This is another Yen Press release. And this is a 4-volume series about Honda-san, who works in a bookstore, and sort of the day-to-day lives of being in a store, being a bookseller, and the various customers that come in and buy books, generally manga, all of the people and all the different types of people who are buying books and enjoying books. It's very funny, very relatable, I think, for anyone who's been in the service industry or in, in sales, in customer service. A lot of very relatable things. Honda, she's a pretty fun, likable protagonist, and you can feel her stress about a lot of things. This had a very popular anime just this year, or last year maybe, where I think, and this caused a little bit of confusion because in the anime, Honda's voiced by a man. He does a great job. But in the manga, it is quite, and it came to a shock to me because I think people just assumed after watching the show that in the manga Honda's male, but no, Honda does refer to themselves as being female, as being a sister, as being a girl on a couple of different occasions. So I don't know why the genders changed, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't take away anything as to the actual story. And of course, skeletons don't really have any gender differentiation, especially in the skull and the hands, and that's the only thing you'd be able to notice with Honda-san. So yeah, it's just sort of the day-to-day life of these booksellers, and Honda in particular, and her co-workers, and all of the stresses of just being in sales, but then all the kind of achievements and feel-good moments, and the satisfaction that can sometimes come from this type of work and working with books and sharing stories. It's really, really wonderful. Again, another one that I would highly recommend for people who are into manga, so hopefully most people watching this. If you're interested in reading manga, or if you like books and reading just in general, this is a very fun series. And the fact that it's only 4 volumes, not a huge commitment. Next is Volume 1 of the ongoing series Phantom Tales of the Night by Matsuri. Look how beautiful this cover is, first and foremost. This I knew that I would like. When it got licensed, I was like, oh my gosh. I just looked at the cover and the title and was like, yep, that's going to be a series I love. And after reading the first volume, yep, that's a series I love. This is very reminiscent of Holic, of kind of the moody, supernatural type of stuff that really appeals to me. And this is the story of, again, kind of self-contained episodic chapters. If you enjoy also the currently digital only upcoming print title and upcoming anime, Toilet Bound Hanako-san or Hanako-kun, this also kind of has a similar feel. But this is the story of a innkeeper who grants people one wish, whatever wish they want, in exchange for their deepest, darkest secret that they've never told anyone. And it's a very monkey paw-esque relationship where that wish is granted, but not in the way that the wisher hoped for, right? So our main character, this innkeeper, is definitely like a he's a demonic monster type of spirit, insofar as he's certainly not trying to do good things for people. It also reminds me of like Pet Shop of Horrors. It's not necessarily, he's not going out of his way to cause trouble for people, but by granting people's wishes, it's kind of a moral tale of like, well, you should be happy with what you have, and aren't you, that's, maybe, you shouldn't do this, maybe you should kind of reassess. And he gives them an opportunity, and they're always like, no, I want this wish. Really, really beautiful, atmospheric. Ooh, just I love the atmosphere, the darkness, the depth, the just overall tension within the series, and it just oozes style. I cannot wait for more. The second volume has just recently been released, but you guys know that it takes forever for books to get to me because I can only buy them online. I cannot buy them locally, especially books like this. But this is a Yen Press title, I believe. Yes, Yen Press title. And really, really happy. Again, I mean, how many times do I have to say I'm a huge fan of this kind of yokai, supernatural, Shinto type of story, whether it be the sweet slice of life kind of thing of Natsume's Book of Friends, or if it's a little bit darker and moodier and twisted and kind of tense, like with this and like with Holic. Yeah, definitely check it out if you liked Holic, or if you like Pet Shop of Horrors, or Phantom Investigator, that kind of thing. It definitely feels like a lot of those series. Next is Volume 1 of Complex Age. This is another Kodansha release by and written by Yui Sakuma. This is the story of a 26-year-old office worker, temp worker, who by night, or in her casual time, is a devoted cosplayer. It's a 6-volume series. It is complete. It's all released in English. I only have this first volume though, because I haven't gone around to getting the rest of it. But this series is mainly, it's definitely the exploration of growing up and growing out of hobbies, and what is too old to be doing, like, quote-unquote childish things like these types of cosplay and hobbies. And as a 26-year-old myself, I understand the struggle of wanting to be what is expected of a 26-year-old, a normal adult, as it were, and then also having kind of a, not childish as such, but a hobby that would be perceived as not appropriate for an adult. This particular series was recommended to me by a couple different people, but most notably Lythus, who is another manga tuber. Subscribe to his channel. He makes great content. And I'm really happy that he did. It was one that I had on my radar, but just never got around to. And I still haven't gotten around to finishing it, but from everything I know about this was a really great recommendation, and even with just the first volume, I'm really looking forward to seeing the overall story and the way these characters change. Yeah, really, really great. And if you are an older fan, I put that in air quotation marks because I wouldn't say mid-20s is super duper old anymore. But if you are at that point where you're having to struggle with how the rest of the world sees your hobbies and how you get your entertainment and enjoy the things in your life, then I would absolutely recommend Complex Age. It's phenomenal and well worth the read. Next, we have the beginning of some single volume manga. The first one being Sakuran. This is a Moyoko Ano story about geisha, pretty much, and one particular geisha who is a bit of a troublemaker, and the various tragedies in her life and the various relationships she has with the other geisha, her customers, the madam. It's really, really good, and it's unfortunate that this particular book is very hard to find. It's also unfortunately not the best put together book, because I do have noticed, and people have commented, that this book, after a while, if you don't treat it, mincely, perfectly, with, kit gloves, then it can fall apart very easily. It starts to lose pages and the spine breaks and things like that, which is a shame, because Ano is really good at this kind of story. I really like her work, and we have had a lot of it in English, but I'd like to see more of it in English. But yeah, really, really wonderful historical fiction, kind of a look into the daily lives of the drama of these geisha and sort of the nightlife of the red light district, as it were. Yeah, really, 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 really good. And being in the entertainment business, as it were, and also the dissatisfaction with her life and the jealousy amongst the women and the vying for power. It's just really intriguing. And like with a lot of Anno's stories, it isn't a happy ending, so don't expect that. But it is a realistic ending. And just, yeah, really beautiful book. And if that sounds interesting to you, I would encourage you to hunt down a copy, although it may be hard to find. Next is The Voices of a Distant Star, the manga based off of the Makoto Shinkai short film. This is the Tokyo Pop release. It does have a newer vertical release, which I have read because I own the digital release of it. I think this is probably the best manga additional book to a Shinkai film. The 5 centimeters per second is also very good, but this one I think gives a lot of context that a 45-minute film really struggled to include, and it makes it a bit more poignant. Really, really solid story about near future, about a girl who goes into space, joins like a space defense force, and is trying to keep in contact with her friend on Earth via text message, but the further that she goes out into deep space, the longer it takes her text messages to reach him in his phone. So although her aging, she is aging in a kind of normal way, the further she gets to him, and the further the distance between them, the older he gets, the more warped that time difference becomes. So when he's getting messages from her, she's only been gone in her mind like maybe the best part of a year. She still looks and feels 17, 18 years old. He, meanwhile, is or 15, 16, 17 years old. He's now in his early to mid 20s. He's like, their whole shifted, everything shifted because it has taken so long, and the amount of time is just out of sync because of just, yeah, it's really interesting. And of course, like with Shinkai, a lot of misconnections, a lot of like bittersweet love, but I think this particular book wraps it up very nicely, and it gives it a quite hopeful ending that the film didn't have necessarily. And the film, as I said, at 45 minutes, it kind of was really pushing to include as much as it needed to, and then it cut a lot of stuff that, when re-added to the story via the manga and also via the light novels, it gives a lot more context, and it makes it an overall more enjoyable series. So I absolutely would recommend this book, especially if you like the short film. And the vertical release is very easy to get. I don't hunt this one down. This was just one that I've had for a long time because it was not available from Vertical when I bought this, but now you can get a nicer release, updated translation, and all of that, all the good stuff from Vertical, and enjoy. Next is the Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon short story collections. These are both my sister's books, but these are obviously short stories for Naoko Takeuchi's Sailor Moon. I believe some of the short stories in these are what some of the films from the classic Sailor Moon are based off of. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just the Sailor Moon characters doing stuff in short stories. Like, I don't know what to add to this. It's exactly what it says on the package. Just, if you like Sailor Moon, give these ones a read. I'm pretty sure they're like easy to find. And also these will not get an Eternal Edition release like the main Sailor Moon manga. At least I don't believe so. They haven't in Japan, so I doubt they will in English. But you know, if you're a Sailor Moon fan, you want more, get these ones. They're gonna give you more Sailor Moon. What else do you want? Next is a short story collection, single volume called Blue Spring. This is a bunch of Taiyo Matsumoto short, short comics, just different interrelated little stories. I'm not entirely sure, but these may all take place at the same kind of school or in the same town. But a lot of them are just about kind of bad kids doing bad things and making dumb decisions, which is kind of Taiyo Matsumoto's bread and butter. A lot of delinquents making bad choices and suffering the consequences, or not suffering from the consequences as it were, because of teenage apathy. But yeah, I mean, big Matsumoto fan, so I was really happy to find a copy of this. This is super duper out of print. But I've seen actually a couple, I don't know if it's the same in the US, but locally there's been quite a few people who've been selling it, so there might be copies floating around out there for people who are super keen on getting their own copy. So yeah, it's not like a must-read book, but if you are a Matsumoto fan like myself, it is a nice addition to the collection. And I would, yeah, and it's earlier Matsumoto work as well, so keep that in mind. But yeah, really, really, really solid little book full of different works from this creator. Next is a single volume, The God's Lie by Kaori Ozaki. Ozaki has another series that is currently being released as well in English by Vertical, I think, or Kodansha. Maybe not. It is being released. I can't remember exactly who's releasing it. Vertical, I think. And this is also a Vertical book. And this is the story of two elementary schoolers, like 6th graders, maybe 7th graders. They might be in middle school. And one serious summer they have together. And it's a drama, kind of a first love book, but with a bit of a melancholy twist. It's an interesting one. It definitely achieves a lot in the short, obviously single volume. There's a lot that Ozaki really pushed into the story that I thought was done very effectively. It's a solid little book. It's definitely one I would recommend if you are looking for just like single volume manga that are quick and effective, and if you're not wanting to invest in like a hugely long series, and it's also like just one story, it's not a collection of stories either. This is a great choice, and I think that Ozaki did a pretty good job, and I actually am really enjoying their current work that we're seeing, that you will see later in this collection video. Not this one, but in several videos. Next is Dream Fossil, which is the complete stories of Satoshi Kon. This is a collection, as it says, of short stories by Satoshi Kon. Before he was an anime director, he was a mangaka, and it's kind of a shame to say this, but this is the only of Kon's manga I own. I do hope to get Opus, Tropic of the Sea, as well. There's a couple of his series that are available in English, but they are kind of usually pricey, and so they're kind of low priority for me most of the time. I found this one for sale locally for a really good price. That's the story of a lot of some of the oddities and single volume stuff that I have. I do like to get a good local deal, and Dream Fossil was one that I wanted for a very good time. Like with all short story collections, some are better than others, but overall it's a really solid, consistently good book. And if you like kind of the weird, introspective but just bizarre and critical and dreamlike quality of Satoshi Kon's films, this book definitely delivers on that. He has a certain style, and certain themes he likes are mirrored in this particular book. Really, really, really wonderful, and it is a thick book, so it is pricier, but if you are a fan of Satoshi Kon, I would encourage you to try his manga out. It's interesting because this actual book in Japan, this collected book of his work, wasn't released until after his death. So it's kind of like a posthumous collection and celebration of his manga work, and obviously just kind of emblematic of what we lost via the death of such a creative and interesting person, and all of the many stories that he wanted to tell. It's really, really, really good. Okay, guys, we're going to be talking about how 2019 was the rise of the furries within manga. I didn't mention it with Beastars, but there was a huge uptick in furry content this year within manga. I mean, even we get into it in the podcast, but even like Cats of the Louvre could be argued the furry content. And this book, The Wise Wise Beasts of the Wizarding Wisdoms by Nagabe. Nagabe, if you don't know, also writes The Girl from the Other Side, which has some really interesting monster and creature designs. Nagabe is very well known for their kind of anthropomorphic animals and weird monsters. So it's not a surprise that their single volume BL story was featuring animal kind of anthropomorphic characters. But oh my goodness. And I love Girl from the Other Side. I like Nagabe's work. But I didn't expect to love this one nearly as much as I did. Oh my god, guys, it was so good, and I'm really looking forward to the next short story collection that we are getting from Seven Seas. It is not a BL collection, which this one is, but I'm invested. I make the kind of joke complaint that Nagabe, stop being so effective at what you do, because you're really pushing the furry agenda here, and it's working, right? I don't want to be a furry. I have nothing against furries. That I'm being facetious and joking, but oh my goodness, Nagabe can write and draw some really, really appealing stuff, and as I said, even if you're not like within someone who's like the furry community or anything like that, and if you are into sweet BL stories, there's quite a few like tropey things here, but like the good kind of tropey things, then you will love this regardless of whether the characters are like a humanoid wolf and goat, or bats, or a rabbit, or bear, or whatever. You're not even gonna care. You're gonna be like, yeah, that's fine. This is my life now. And that's how this book made me feel. Really, really wonderful. Yeah, if Nagabe deigns to bless us with any more BL, I will be all over that, like white on rice. Seriously, this is really good, and I'm really, really happy to that Seven Seas as well decided to put it out. Obviously The Girl from the Other Side is doing really well for them, which I'm happy for, because that's a good series. And the fact that they're licensing more of Nagabe's single volume stuff, that's also a good thing, because I want more of their work. Give me more work from the creators I enjoy. But this is a book about anthropomorphic animals, as I said, who are called demi-humans. I believe, yeah, like demi-humans. And they all go to a very Harry Potter-esque wizarding magic school, but it's not really about the magic. They're just animals who are granted magic, which is why they're demi-humans. And now it's just basically to have the boarding school setting for a bunch of anthropomorphic animals and kind of a fantasy element, because obviously these animals can talk and walk around and look like humans, aside from, their animal tendencies, and then also just have reasons for homoerotic tension between all of these boys, and that's fine. I am I will accept that as perfectly valid, because it is, and I'm not complaining. But yeah, it's basically a boarding school, very Hogwarts-esque, with a bunch of animals, animal characters. Some of these characters are like fantasy characters, because we have some dragons, we have a griffin, and a unicorn as well. So they're not all animals that exist in real life. So it has the low fantasy element, but yeah, it's really good. And if you're a BL fan, I would absolutely 100% recommend it. You need to be reading this. Next is the single volume Dolis by Maki Kusumoto. This is an old Tokyo Pop release, very skinny release, kind of hard to find. But this one is interesting because it's actually printed in various colors. It's not like a full color release, but the actual ink is colored. Like there'd be green or purple or orange, yellow, that kind of thing for that page. It's just done really, really beautifully, amazingly. But this is the story of a very toxic and volatile relationship, and the breakdown of that relationship, and the codependence that feeds off of that situation. So very dark themes. But it's very, very, very good. And if you like sort of darker themed josei stuff, a look at toxic relationships and power imbalances and how certain personalities feed the worst with each other. And, you know, even if you get along with someone, you might not be good for them because of what you enable in each other. It's a really, really nice, not nice, but it's a really wonderful depiction of that kind of toxic relationship, and it's just done really well. It's kind of eerie and unsettling and creepy, and neither of these characters are really good people, but they're not inherently bad people. They're just not good for each other, which I think is an important distinction. And yeah, so if that sounds interesting to you, hunt it down. It is available, but it is out of print, and up to you whether or not you want to be paying out of print prices. It's not like $100 out of print, but it can be like, $25, $30 out of print prices, and it is a skinny book, more so than a lot of things. If you own like Claudine or The Bride Was a Boy, it's about that length, so be aware it's not like a huge volume, and if you are wanting to pay $40 for it, you're not going to get a lot of book for your buck. Finally, for this shelf, we have the Neo Parasite M and F anthology books. M is older anthology and mainly focused with like shonen mangaka. F is a much more shoujo mangaka focus, and like with all anthologies, like with all short story collections, there are good and bad in this collection. Neo Parasite M is the weaker of the two, in my opinion. It has more creators who I don't necessarily like, and I don't like how the story that they wrote. I don't like their style, just kind of general, not into it. Like Hiro Mashima of Fairy Tail is in the Parasite M anthology, and his characters from Fairy Tail are in it. So if you don't know, these are kind of short story set within the world of Parasite and the possibilities of that, and just being like really creative. And if you don't know, Hitoshi Iwaki's Parasite is kind of a sci-fi body horror type deal about parasitic aliens trying to take over humanity, and one boy who kind of forms a bond with his parasitic alien that failed to take over his body and his mind, and them trying to get rid of the other parasites. M I bought mainly because the very first story is written by Moto Hagio, who I've said before is one of my absolute favorite creators of all time. She is amazing, and her story in this book is the best. Peach Pit is also in there. There's quite a few very popular and well-known mangaka, but with that book, there are so many more of the stories that I'm like, oh, I don't like reading this. Like, it makes me actually uncomfortable. And not in a good way that Parasite's meant to make you uncomfortable. Like, there's one story in that one where it's the creator of Prison School, and it's just like, ew, can you not sexualize the grandma? It's just weird and gross. Like, I don't want to read that. That's not entertaining, and it's not even funny. It's just like, oh, this is a pain to get through. But if nothing else, Moto Hagio opens the book with her story, and it is absolutely the best, and so just interesting. Like, actually builds off of the lore and the story of Parasite in a really, really intriguing way. Similarly, Neo Parasite F, there are strong and weak stories in here, but I think overall I like a lot more of them. Karuyuki has a story in there. There's quite a few. I can't even think of any right now. But, as you can tell from the cover, Asumiko Nakamura, again, of Classmates, of Utsubora, of Maiden Railways, did the first story for this book, and it is my favorite of the set. It is really, really wonderful, and yeah, really love it. Really interesting, kind of a medicine seller doctor that has multiple parasites within their body, and kind of pretends to be fighting the like, there's a lot of intriguing, kind of thrilling stuff in that particular book, and I really, really enjoy it. And really enjoy that particular story. And overall, as I said, kind of a more consistently likable tone in that. If you're a fan of Parasite, this isn't a necessary read for either of them, but if you are a fan of particular creators in these books like I am, and you just have to own everything that they have, and if you like, or if you just like the series and you want more of it, these are good books. Kodansha put them both out. I'm really happy that they decided to put M out, because F was brought out first, even though it is an older, like, it's a newer book in Japan compared to M. And not that I was like hankering at the bit for M, but I did want that Moto Hagio story. So I'm happy that Kodansha did bring us both. I'm happy for fans of Parasite who get to own it. And I do like Parasite for what it is, but I like there's a lot of potential in these short story anthologies that I wish could be expanded into a larger story, because I think they'd be even more compelling than the main story of Parasite. So not must reads, but for me, who is a fan of particular creators and who does want to own their work and support it in English if I can, I picked these up, and they are generally very good. The next shelf we have Kaze Hikaru, which is a ongoing, well, actually almost finished in Japan. I think it's finished in 45 volumes in Japan, but volumes 1 to 22, and then volume 27 of Teiko Watanabe's manga series. This is about a teenage girl who cross-dresses, joins the Shinsengumi in order to get revenge for the murders of her father and her older brother. While she's in the Shinsengumi, she's trying to hide the fact that she's actually a girl, but she also falls in love with Okuta Soji, who is a very well-known historical figure, Shinsengumi figure in Japan. And so she's kind of battling with her romantic feelings, and then wanting to keep her secret hidden so she can stay in the Shinsengumi, and kind of shenanigans. Lots of, again, kind of a interesting retelling of historical fact through historical fiction. Sei, our main character, she's pretty fun to read about. And again, if you're like interested in Shinsengumi and this period of Japanese history when Japan was kind of trying to de-isolate, as it were, it's an interesting take on this. And I really like Taika Watanabe does a really good job in all of her research. I think she's a bit of a stickler for having things accurate to the time period, which is good. And so a lot of things that most manga don't necessarily consider or wouldn't like make a big deal about, she does, and she puts a lot of focus on almost like, look how much research I did, look, I know what I'm talking about, isn't this a cool fact? Which for me, like, I'm kind of super into history, as you may have been able to tell, so I'm like, yeah, that is a cool fact. Like the fact that, say, as a girl trying to pretend to be a guy has to somehow make an excuse or have an excuse for having a period every month, because that's something that, you know, happens and it will affect her. And so how they get around that problem, and then just the historical accuracy or the historical fact of like what women actually did during that time period, how they, you know, had to handle their menstruation. And it's interesting to see a lot of these fights, these historical battles that the Shinsengumi are very well known for, through the lens of this character and her involvement with the other characters and what was going on. It's really, really good. It's a super long, super slow paced, like super slow burn romance. Let's just say at like volume 20 or 18, our male character still doesn't really have any inkling about his own feelings of romance towards the female character. He's just like, I don't know. So yeah, like, be prepared for a long haul with this series. And it is released very, very slowly. 27 is the most recent. We get 1, maybe 2 volumes a year. It's like 1 every 8 months or 10 months. So really, really slow release schedule. But the fact that it is completed in Japan, I do hope that it might encourage Viz to maybe pick up the pace a little bit, just so they're like, okay, we put it all out, we're finished. And I feel like some of the earlier volumes are getting harder to get, so if you're wanting to pick it up, then get onto it, because this is not a high priority for Viz. I'm honestly surprised at why or how this continues to be printed and has been like a series that they do continue to put out, despite what I can only assume is very bad sale numbers, because nobody knows about it. It's a little bit niche and is kind of a little bit different from what is currently popular in Josei. So yeah, I mean, I really enjoy it. I know a couple people who have started to enjoy it thanks to me talking about it, pretty much. But it is really, really good. And if you like slow burn romances, if you like period romance pieces, if you like kind of cross-dressing and having to pretend that, you know, hide your secret, hide your gender in order to, you know, achieve your goals, that kind of thing, then check it out. It's pretty fun. And more people need to read it, because it's definitely probably one of the most underrated or unknown series in my collection, just overall. And that's saying something. But thank you, Viz, for continuing to put it out. I hope we see the end of it sometime in this next coming decade. Next, and finally for this shelf, there's only the 2 series on here. We have Yotsuba, Volume 1 to 13. 14 is out. I just haven't gotten around to buying it yet. This is the story of a young girl, and I mean a young girl, and her day-to-day life, the shenanigans that she gets into. She's a very curious and mischievous little kid, and her dad just kind of doesn't really know how to handle her. She's a good kid at heart. Like, she doesn't have any problems and doesn't want to be trouble, but she's a bit of a rascal, and she likes to get into trouble a lot. It's a very humorous series by Kiyohiko Azuma, who you may also know from Azumanga Daioh, which coincidentally is a series that I don't actually like very much. I don't find it funny, but a lot of people do. I like this series a whole lot more than Azumanga Daioh. I really like how accurately Azuma is able to capture just kids and this eager and kind of naughty but not trying to be bad side of children, the rascally side of children, and their curiosity. And it's legitimately really funny. And I think the relationship Yotsuba has with her dad and her dad's friend, who very often comes to hang out with them, is really, really good. Her relationship with the family next door, all the daughters as well as their mother, and how she impacts each of their lives. And it's a good time. It's very funny. If you have spent any time around kids, if you teach kids, especially young kids, like primary or preschool kids, or if you have young kids in your family, or if you're a parent to a young kid, I think you will notice a lot of things in Yotsuba that your own kids do. And it is. Sometimes kids are a riot, and they don't mean to be necessarily, but sometimes they are, and sometimes they get you in the worst trouble, and it's really frustrating, but they don't mean anything by it, and it's still kind of funny at the same time. That's what Yotsuba is. It kind of takes all of those feelings and perfectly encapsulates them into a manga. Yeah, it's very, very good. And it's the type of series that people have said this series would be impossible to make into an anime. And the creator himself has said it's an impossible series to make into an anime. I disagree, but I wouldn't think that it needs to be an anime, if that makes sense. I think it would be very easy to make a series of short anime episodes, 5-10 minutes, with a couple different skits and scenarios from this, and it work very well and still be humorous. But again, it's not a necessity, and I think that Yotsuba works very well on its own as a manga. The timing is very good as well, which is important for a comedy manga. This was initially released by ADV Manga, and then after that folded, Yen Press relicensed it and resumed and re-released the earlier volumes, and has been the publisher ever since. As I said, volume 14 is out. It was on a long hiatus, I believe, between volume 13 and 14, and I just haven't picked up volume 14. This is another series that I bought locally, though, and was able to get a really good deal on all 13 volumes, because it's one that I'd wanted. But again, Yen Press volumes are very expensive for Australia. They are a lot of money, so I usually wait for sales or when someone else is selling them for a reduced price to be able to pick them up for myself. And yeah, really, really, really cute and funny, and a great one for those who don't mind the shenanigans of children. On this shelf, we have a bunch of manga that are complete, or almost, they're complete in English, but I just need to finish collecting. So first off, we have number 6. This is the manga based off of the novels, written by Atsuko Asano and Hidori Kino. This is a genre sci-fi about a dystopic future in which a young boy runs into another young boy who is from outside of his utopic type of city and is from the slums. And through that interaction, he actually helps him escape authorities. He loses his privileges, basically. And then later on in life, like a solid 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10 years later, they reunite under different circumstances, and this there's a larger conspiracy about government control and a biological weapon, and so our main character goes to basically live with this other young man who he once saved, and so now he is being saved by him. And it's a genre kind of sci-fi dystopic piece. Also with LGBT or queer relationship between our two protagonists. I talked about this series a little bit when I was talking about the anime. This, as I said, it is based off of novels, not light novels and not like super duper. It's kind of like a YA type of novel. But that has never been licensed and is very unlikely to be licensed. This is the manga version and is obviously a pretty solid adaptation. I think it gives a little bit more depth and a little bit more time to stay with these characters that we didn't have in the anime. So I'm not going to say that the anime wasn't good or that it wasn't effective or that this is inherently better. But it is a little bit longer. It does have a little bit more time to work with. And so if you are a fan of the series, of the TV show especially, check this one out. It is complete in 9 volumes, and it is definitely worth the time spent on it, because I like these characters, I like these interactions, and there's a lot of really interesting bits and bobs in this particular series. And if you want more queer genre fiction, then check out number 6. Next is the 3-volume complete series Genkaku Picasso by Usamaro Furuya. This is a story about a high schooler who is an artist and really only very concerned with his art. He doesn't really want to make friends with anyone. He doesn't really get along with anyone. But his only friend, she does kind of hang around him and kind of forces herself into his personal bubble of isolation. But unfortunately, one day, whilst they are hanging out sort of on the riverbanks after school, there is a helicopter crash, and his best and only friend ends up dying. So after he recovers from this incident, and after her funeral, and after some time has passed, he returns to school, now completely alone, but he finds a miniature pocket-sized version of his friend as an angel, and she tells him that she needs his help to help some of their classmates with their personal problems, and maybe that will help her to go to heaven. So he kind of begrudgingly helps her. And so the story is, through his art, he gains kind of like a magical insight almost to a lot of his classmates, and so when he looks at them, he'll start compulsively drawing, and then through that drawing, it'll be the inside of that character's psyche, and he'll be able to enter into that drawing and try to figure out what's going on with them and what's wrong with them. A lot of pretty interesting, dark, complicated things here. Usamaro Furuya, you may be familiar with some of his other works. He is the mangaka of Laishi Light Club. He has an adaptation of No Longer Human that a lot of people like. This is definitely his most approachable series. I believe it was a Shonen Jump series, and it's a little bit it feels like it would fit in a Jump magazine in Jump, but it is kind of more of a drama, subdued little piece, and I do really enjoy it. At 3 volumes, it's not a super huge commitment, and this one is available on the Shonen Jump app in its entirety, so you can read it for free, or you can read it there if you have the subscription. It is very, very good. I like how many diverse issues Furuya kind of covers over this series, and then of course it is a larger theme of our main character kind of growing outside of his shell and interacting and connecting with more people now that he's lost his only real human connection to his classmate and to the outside world, and also his kind of grief of surviving, the survivor's guilt compared to her dying, and him feeling like he's the one who should have deserved to die, because obviously for a lot of it he sees himself as because he's so antisocial, like, well, nobody would miss me if I was gone. Why did someone who was like so friendly and so wonderful and so kind deserve to, like, why did she die instead of me, type of deal. So it's got a lot of that kind of conflict in there. Again, one that really surprised me, and this is one that was one of my earlier manga reads, way back when I first started reading manga and first buying manga, back when I was only buying manga of stuff that hadn't been adapted into anime and that I hadn't seen the anime for. That quickly changed, as you guys can tell, but it is a wonderful series and very unknown, one that is quite underrated, and I would encourage people to try it because I think a lot of people would like it if they gave it a shot. These next 4 books are all single volume, self-contained books by Erika Sakurazawa. These are all Tokyo Pop releases, and Sakurazawa is a Josei mangaka. I have Angel Nest, Between the Sheets, Nothing But Loving You, The Rules of Love, and The Aromatic Bitters, all of which were obviously put out in English, but were an effort by Tokyo Pop to diversify the market and introduce Josei into readers and try to get some more mature comics available, not just the shoujo and shonen that was kind of the bread and butter of the day. It still is the bread and butter of current day, but just trying to push the envelope a little bit. For as many problems as I have with Tokyo Pop, I do think that it was quite notable for them to try and diversify the amount and the type of books and the genres of books that were being released. Although I will say that for a lot of their josei that they chose, I wouldn't say that they were good picks if they wanted to have a wider appeal, but it's also a question of what was available at the time. So I don't know. It was a nice thought, and I appreciate that they did try to bring josei to the English manga market before it really had any interest. These are all really nice, grown-up, mature, subtle stories of romance and love drama and all of these things that adults deal with. All of them are to do with relationships, pretty much. I really think, is it The Rules of Love that I'm thinking of? No, one of these, Between the Sheets is very, very good. My favorite, I think, is Nothing But Loving You, which has a really interesting dynamic of being in love and being in lust, and then how people can fall in and out of love with each other, and how people can fall in love with other people even if they don't mean to, and the complicated way that humans interact. Not the kind of writing for everyone, and it's kind of a shame that Sakurazawa, her work was coming out so early in the manga market that it didn't necessarily have an impact like it would maybe nowadays. But I do know that quite a few people have been picking up her books recently thanks to Right Stuff sales and things like that, which is really encouraging because it's a good time. Her manga are pretty wonderful, and I always look forward to reading them. They have a maturity and an adultness to them that even in current josei, because a lot of josei don't really handle certain aspects of adult relationships that Sakurazawa does. And these are books that really you appreciate as you're an adult versus, like, I don't think a teenage girl or a teenage boy would be super interested in the stories that Sakurazawa is trying to tell here or in any of these books. But as someone in your mid or late 20s or in your 30s, 40s, who has a bit of experience in life and has had, you know, experiences in the ups and downs of love, you've had your heart broken, you've fallen in just absolutely, you know, heart-stopping love type of head over heels things, and you've been through all of the ups and downs of relationships, you can understand a lot more, and you can relate a lot more to the point of Sakurazawa's manga. And you can still get bundles of a particular set of these books. I think all of them except for maybe Angel Nest, or might be the Aromatic Bitters, from Right Stuff. So if any of these sound interesting to you, check them out, because they're out of print, so they're not super duper easy to get, but I would encourage you to get them if you are wanting more josei. Next is Moonchild by Reiko Shimizu. This is a 13-volume series released by CMX. It's a sci-fi it's kind of a sci-fi retelling of The Little Mermaid. This is a 80s/90s manga about a dancer in New York who he's kind of down on his luck. He's been let go from his main production, and he runs into a young boy who has amnesia. He doesn't have any memory of who he is or where he came from. And then there's also another young man who is a mermaid, which is kind of like an alien species that comes to Earth to spawn their children, kind of like a salmon. And there's a larger allegory of The Little Mermaid, because in the past, this character's previous life, he fell in love with a character, and that caused destruction or something. And now there's a big conflict between the mermaid numbers are way, way lower than they've ever been. There's a prophecy that the end of time or the end of the world is coming, and it's in relationship to this young boy with amnesia. And so it's really, really good. Bit of a what by the end of it, but like all good shoujo sci-fi, it's really about the journey and not necessarily the conclusion. There's a lot, like, again, with shoujo and sci-fi and shoujo sci-fi, there's a lot of really interesting gender stuff. There's it's really, really good, and it's out of print. Obviously, CMX no longer exists. This is one of the titles that I'm really happy I was able to hunt down. Again, another one that I found locally. I found pretty much every single volume locally except for maybe 1 or 2, I think 9 and 12 or something, I had to buy somewhere else. But I got such a good deal, especially because these are out of print and super hard to find and usually really expensive. So I really lucked out on this particular set. But I think it helps because although it's hard to find and though it's highly coveted by a certain subsect of fans and a certain demographic of readers, it's not something that, like, everyone wants to buy, and so I think there's a potential to undervalue it by secondhand sellers. Anyway, I'm not complaining. Really, 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 really good. And Reiko Shimizu has such a beautiful style. I have one of her art books. I absolutely adore it. It is so lovely, and I just cannot get enough. This is kind of quintessential sci-fi of this era for shoujo readers, where it pushes the envelope in ways that isn't expected, and it plays around with so many themes, and it's just done so beautifully, and there's so much visual metaphor. It's just wonderful. I love it. It's really great, and I was really happy to finally get it in the collection. Finally, for manga on this shelf, we have Dawn of the Arcana Volume 1-6. This is a 13-volume series by Rei Toma, released by Viz Media. I have read the whole series through my library. Absolutely adored it. I'd heard really good things about it, and I was not disappointed. It really exceeded my expectations. The first couple volumes, I was like, oh, okay, like, this is fine. I'm not sure really where it's going. But by the end, oh man, I was sold. And then I was crying. This is the story of a princess who basically gets married off into a neighboring kingdom for political reasons. And her whole life has kind of been a shame to the family because she has this bright red hair. And so she's been locked away in the tower. Normally, royals are meant to have like the purest black hair. So she's been married off to this neighboring country, to the prince there, and she is joined by her I guess right-hand partner, but also kind of butlery type of servant, who is an Ajin, who within this world is kind of the lower class of people. They're definitely seen as sort of like a slave class or a servant class. They're usually used for hard labor and military and things like this. But Loki is her friend and confidant and the closest person she's had in her life. And he is an Ajin, and they're like have animal not tendencies, animal kind of ears and tails and like little elements, bodies, and they have super strength, and they have like a lot of different things compared to humans. And so because of her close relationship with Loki her whole life, she's very sympathetic to the plight of Ajin, and a lot of what she wants to achieve is to give them their freedom and to stop the exploitation of Ajin by others, and like the general humans. And it's also about her struggling to kind of accept and her relationship, her changing relationship with her husband, how initially she didn't really like him at all and didn't want to be, worried about him insofar as like she just didn't want to be married to him. So she was just not having a good time. But then slowly they warm up to each other, and slowly she begins to care about him and does start to fall in love. And there's kind of a love triangle element to it. But if you're not a fan of love triangles, I think you'll be satisfied with how this story goes, because there's a couple big reveals which aren't inherently unpredictable, but they're executed really, really well. I really, really like this series, and like with other fiery, red-headed shoujo manga protagonists like Yona of the Dawn and Yoko from the 12 Kingdoms, it's just done really well. She also has what is known as the Arcana of Time. So every time she has she sees blood, she is able to predict the future, get a glimpse of the future, but it does affect her own lifespan, which is a problem, obviously. But it's a power that she tries to utilize to help the people she cares about. So there's kind of a small magical element here. So it's about this princess who comes from no power and really doesn't have any influence whatsoever, slowly trying to change that and to make the world a better place for herself and for the people she cares about, and for this class of citizens who have been exploited and abused their whole life, which is always good. Get rid of slavery. We don't want slavery, despite what current isekai is telling us. We want to get rid of it. I mean, Dawn of the Arcana, the 12 Kingdoms, they know what they're talking about. Slavery is bad, and I shouldn't have to say that in the year 2019, but here we are, because sometimes people are like, well, Rising of the Shield Hero has good slavery. I'm like, no, there's no such thing as good slavery. It's never good slavery. We want our protagonists to be fighting against this kind of exploitation, not encouraging it. Anyway, that's my rant about that over. Really, really wonderful. And this one, like with Yona and like with the 12 Kingdoms, is if you like kind of a fantasy story. It's not a super duper fantasy story. Again, not like a D&D campaign level fantasy story, but if you, as I said, if you like Yona of the Dawn, if you like the 12 Kingdoms, you'll like this most likely. It's very, very good, and it has a lot of bang for its buck within the 12 volumes, I should say, not episodes. Finally, for the shelf, we have Toko-san from Book Girl Light Novels. Nendroid, she's so cute, and she's about to eat that book. What a wonderful world we live in. I spoke about this series last video. It's a light novel series. It also has an anime film and some OVAs, which have never been licensed, but they do exist, about a girl who subsists, who eats the stories, written stories, who eats the words of stories, and her friendship and partnership with a underclassman in her high school in the literary club who writes her stories for her to eat because his stories taste the best. And each book, they have kind of they try to help someone that they know with a problem, and it's usually related to a larger theme in a novel, a piece of literature that they have been reading recently. And overall, it's a really great light novel series. It was one of the first novel series that Yen Press licensed, and it is out of print for the print, but you can still read it digitally. So I encourage that because it is one that I want more people to read because it's very, 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 very good. Next to that is the Blu-ray Japanese box set of Wandering Sun, my one manga and anime that I would do anything for to actually own a complete English-friendly release for. This is the Japanese release. It doesn't have subtitles, but I bought it out of desperation because this series just seems cursed in English, and I think it's mainly because it was ahead of its time. It didn't really get a proper chance, and even the manga you will see later in the collection, but that is dropped by Fantagraphics Books, which is a huge shame, because I feel like if it was coming out now, because of how much different the market is and how much more people are aware of and willing to buy LGBT manga, that it probably would do better than it did initially. But this is the anime adaptation of the manga of the same name, which is a story of two transgender kids. The anime is set when they're in their middle school years, just starting middle school, and their struggles with the inevitability of adolescence and puberty and how that changes your body physically. And as trans kids, obviously there are worries about not being able to feel comfortable, feel even less comfortable in their bodies than they do currently, and the acceptance, and also trying to work through how their gender expression feels to them and what they want to be doing and how they want to show off who they are. It's really, 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 really good. It's really, 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 really good. I love this story, and it honestly makes me legitimately worried, and like I don't think I feel more like anxiety for characters as much as I do for the main characters of this manga, because it's the type of thing where you just want them to be okay. You want them to be happy. you want things to work out for them because they deserve to be happy. They deserve to have things work out for them. Like most, if not all, if not every trans kid out there who doesn't feel comfortable in just how they look and who, like physically who they are. It's such a complicated issue, and thankfully more and more people are becoming aware of transgenderism and the various issues that trans people face, and more young people are being open about wanting to transition or wanting to have more control over their gender identity and their gender expression. But for a lot of people that isn't an option either, and these are both good kids who deserve to be happy. Like most people deserve to be happy. They deserve to be happy and comfortable in who they want to be and look like who they want to be. And I want them to be able to be who they are. And it's really, really well done. I will say that, there are issues. It's not a perfect series in the manga. And I know that some people do get a little bit upset with the ending in regards to one of the characters and their decision and how their storyline kind of ultimately ends, or how they express themselves by the end. But I think it does lend itself to that this whole idea of gender and gender expression is really complicated, and it's a continuous growth and a continuous change and a continuous reassessment. And it would be a lot easier if you're like, yep, I'm this, and absolutely nothing is like, I'm completely fine with that. And for some people that is their experience, but for other people it's not. It's an ongoing process of thinking, of being sure, and then also second guessing yourself, and then reassessing that, and then trying to find a label that fits you, and maybe not even wanting a label that fits you, if that makes sense. But it's a really beautiful, super important series to me. It was one of the very first queer LGBT anime and manga series that I was exposed to, and one of the first ones that handled, just in media full stop in general, trans issues with such levity, with such respect, and with such empathy, that I do wish that this was available for more people to watch. But you can watch it with subtitles legally from Crunchyroll, so do please support it. It deserves it. On the next shelf we have Gangsta Volume 1 to 8, and then Gangsta Cursed, the Marco Adriano kind of spin-off, which is 5 volumes completed. The main series is ongoing. The main series is written by Kosuke, drawn by Kosuke. The story of Gangsta Cursed is also by Kosuke, but the art is done by Suhei Kamo. And this is a story of kind of a really bad neighborhood, a future where chemically enhanced and also like genetically enhanced super soldiers were previously used in war, and now they kind of just exist as second-class citizens, called the Twilights. They all have like a military tag with their level and their power level kind of, and their name and all of that. But they're definitely treated like second-class citizens. They have a lot of ongoing health problems, so they have to medicate themselves, and so many find themselves in just the slums of the major towns. There's a lot of crime, drugs and mafia type deals, things like that. In the main series we have Nicholas and Warwick, as well as Alex, who is kind of our main female character. Alex kind of gets rescued / brought in to this Warwick and Nicholas's like work. They call themselves the handyman. They can get jobs done, as it were. So Nico or Nicholas, he is deaf, so he only pretty much just communicates through sign. And he's the Twilight of this team. He definitely has an issue with like his medication, and he constantly continues to push his limits, and doesn't really seem to care about his physical condition, doesn't really care about his life too much. Work is sort of a more normal human, and he's kind of the brains behind the operation. And between the two of them, they work with whomever will hire them, and they kind of relay messages or find people, catch people, stop deal from happening, that kind of shady underground business type of deal. Really, really, I don't want to say fun, but it's a really great atmosphere. If you like pulpy, dark kind of gangster series, this is definitely one that I would recommend. The Marco, or the Gangsta Cursed, is as a spin-off, is really wonderful as well. I think Marco is one of the best characters in the series. He's very compelling, and this is his backstory, how he used to be a Twilight hunter, and now he works very closely in the Twilight community, trying to find redemption for everything that, for his past and for the people that he's hurt. It's really, really wonderful, really great. And both of these are very violent, very dark, very gritty. That's not super duper hyper violence like a Dorohedoro would be, or Berserk. But it definitely has kind of a not a gangster like a 91 Days vibe, but a gangster like a, there's, we got a drug deal down in the third on the corner street, and that kind of vibe. Like this is a dark and dirty and messy reality and situation that these characters exist in. And yet they are trying hard to exist and doing their best, and they all have their various reasons as to why they live the way they do. It is very, very good. It was on hiatus for a super duper long time. So like with Noragami, I feel like a lot of people loved it, and then it went on hiatus, and they forgot about it. And now it's returned, and people are like, oh yeah, that existed. And it's been like quite a few years, a couple years now, so new people in the community just haven't even heard of it. The anime adaptation wasn't bad, but it was unfinished and left very open-ended. And also the studio went broke like whilst it was coming out, so that isn't really a good way to watch or experience the series either. But it is a really good series. I am really happy that it seems to be off of hiatus, that Kosuke seems to be back into full health, and I hope that we do see some more from the series, because there's a lot to like, especially if you like a darker action drama type of story. And Gangsta Cursed, like with some of the other spin-off series that I've talked about in the collection and sort of in general before, this one is a really worthwhile one, and it gives a lot of depth to a character who I think a lot of people really enjoy reading about. He's as I said, probably one of the best characters in the franchise, and reading his story in parallel with sort of the more recent volumes, like 6, 7, 8 of the main story, gives a lot of context as to the decisions that were made in the main series, and who these characters are, and why they make the choices they do, and why they interact the way they do. It's really good. Really, really good. I check it out if you haven't tried it before. It is well worth the watch and the read. Next is the complete series of With the Light, Raising an Autistic Child by Keiko Tobe. This is a 17-volume series released in 7 2-in-1 omnibuses plus a single volume at the end by Yen Press. And this is, I believe, the very first of Yen Press's titles that they ever put out. which is kind of amazing to think of. This is really not a manga that is a lot of people would consider or think of immediately when we talk about manga. It obviously has a wider appeal and a large audience for those who have autistic family members, who may be a parent to an autistic child. It's a very empathetic and nuanced look at being part of a family and being a parent of a child who has very specific needs and has to be raised in a specific way with a lot of care that a more neurotypical child you wouldn't have to worry about so much with. And this is the story of a young mother. Her oldest son is born with autism, and not just autism, he has a couple other developmental disorders, and he's kind of in the middle of the spectrum insofar as being functioning. He's not very verbal, but he is quite independent. He has a lot of things that he, if you give him a kind of a plan and a schedule, he will follow it. But he, like most autistic people, he doesn't like change. He doesn't, as I said, he's not very verbal, and he doesn't speak a lot or at all for the most part. And of course, he, like most autistic children, he has a hard time figuring out a lot of nonverbal cues. He has a lot of times understanding the people around him. He doesn't like loud noises, and he has very specific ideas and kind of behaviors that are unique to children who have autism. It's very, very good. Very, very good. And this is somewhat of a tragic story because not so much the manga itself. The manga is very hopeful. There's a lot of love and care, but it doesn't shy away from the reality of the prejudice that can come when you have a child with very specific needs and who has behavioral and mental and developmental disorders. But it's a tragic story because Keiko Tobe died before this series was ever completed. I believe her wish or her main goal was to write a story that followed Hikaru, the child, from birth, from when he was born up until becoming a working adult. As it is, we did get a majority of his childhood, and the ending of this manga is him in middle school, starting middle school, or is it graduating middle school? He's in middle school, which is a solid chunk of this kid's life, and he has changed and he's experienced a lot of things, and his family has experienced a lot of things, and I do think there's possible issues with obviously this coming from the perspective of his mother, who is neurotypical, and obviously it is a lot of focus on her, not struggle, but her having to readjust to having a kid who she, as a new mother, wasn't really prepared for, insofar as he can't communicate with her the same way or the way that she expected him to. And she has to make, she and her family, her husband obviously as well, has to make, very specific choices on his upbringing. And I think it really does cover a lot of the stigma of these sorts of kids and how they're treated in Japan, and just the really cruel perception of larger society to these kids and to individuals with autism and other various things, various atypical neural developmental things. This, pardon me. I really liked the aspect that, not liked, but I like that they brought up the aspect that Hikaru's grandmother doesn't like him and doesn't really know how to handle him. She sees him as a troublemaker, and it isn't until much later that she kind of realizes that she's being a bitch, and that he doesn't, like, just because he's different and just because he doesn't behave exactly how she expects him to behave doesn't mean that he's, like, a lot of the problems that she thinks he has are because of her, because she isn't clear enough in her instructions, or because she just doesn't take his autism seriously, which is a really good thing to point out. I think that is a prejudice that the older generation does have, because nowadays more and more people are aware of autism. A lot more people have autism or know people with autism. At least in the West, I think the perception of autism, I mean, there's still negative stigma around it, but, like, for me, I don't personally have anyone autistic or severely autistic in my family, but I do have a lot of friends who have family members on the autism spectrum, some who are very high functioning, some who are very low on the functioning spectrum. It's interesting, and so for me, I've always been kind of aware of it. I've known people with it, and it's not really a huge deal. And I think I don't think that's a unique experience to me. Likewise, I went to a high school with a very prolific and very well-regarded special ed program. So we had a lot of kids with various developmental needs. So again, like, I was always kind of around people with autism, with Down syndrome, with various other things. And so, like, it wasn't weird for me, but for some people it is. I wouldn't say that in the West, where I do think that a lot of people in the West are kind of more aware of it, because there's less stigma talking about autism. There's been a huge leap insofar as talking about mental health and a lot of developmental issues. Mommy blogs and all of these things where people they are talking about their families and interacting with their kids and raising their kids, and the special provisions that they have to go through, the schools, and the way that teachers and kids now are being encouraged to interact with other kids with autism, and just knowing how to work with them, because it's not like autistic kids are dumb or like they don't know how to do anything. Quite the opposite most of the time. But they do expect things to be performed in a specific way, and they do get upset if it's not. And so if you know how to tap into their expectations and know how to communicate to them in a way that they understand, then that's a great thing. But I do think that, like with a lot of things when it comes to mental health, development, physical disability, there's a lot more stigma in Asia in general, but in Japan especially, that they're still kind of getting over that the idea that having a kid with autism might bring shame to your family type of deal. So this is, I think, it probably helped a lot of people in Japan, and I'd say it probably helped a lot of people in the West. It is always hard being a new parent, and I can only imagine that when you realize that your kid does have autism, or they need to be treated in a different way than you were expecting, then it is always going to be a period of adjustment, and there is always going to be a huge learning curve, and you're not going to get it perfect right away. And it is going to be hard for people, not just within the family, but just societally, to figure out how all of this is going to work. And With the Light is a really important series, but it is very out of print yet again. And it's a shame that I don't think a lot of people know about it, but I understand why a lot of people don't know about it. If this sounds somewhat interesting to you, then check it out. As I said, the author did die before being able to complete the series, and in the final volume, volume 8, a lot of them are just very rough names, or like the sketches, the initial storyboards for the chapters that she put together while she was in hospital, literally dying, to give the story somewhat of a conclusion, which is absolutely heartbreaking. But it's a hopeful, positive, wonderful story overall of what it means to be family, of supporting the people you love, and, acceptance, and being able to accept your kids and accept friends and family and whoever else who the rest of the world might not accept. And it's just really, really good. It's really, really good, and it's really wonderful that Hikaru, throughout the series, did have such a loving and supportive family system and schooling system and friends. Even though there were a lot of troubles throughout the way, I think he was with the best people who cared the most about him, and I can only hope that continued to be the case for the rest of his life. Finally, for the shelf, for manga on this bookcase, we have Welcome to the Ballroom, Volume 1-9. This is a shonen sports manga about ballroom dancing. I love this series so much. Tomo Takeuchi writes this, and it is phenomenal. If you are a dancer, like I once was in my previous life, then this will be very, very relatable to you. This is about a high school boy who really doesn't have much direction, but kind of accidentally gets roped into ballroom dancing and then falls in love with it. And now he's trying to take it to a competitive level, and a lot of his friends now are competitive dancers, and he's learning more about the sport and trying to get better at it overall. I love the athleticism and how dance is portrayed in this particular series, because I've said it before, but ballroom and dance, like with figure skating and gymnastics and a lot of these, I guess, more feminine sports, which they're not, because ballroom, you need a partner, you need like a guy and a girl. Gymnastics has male events, figure skating obviously has male events, but I think a lot of perception is that, they're girl sports. There's also the perception that they can't be intense, that it's not hard work, that it doesn't take as much effort as a more traditional male dominated sport like, I don't know, soccer, baseball, football, whatever, which is not true. Like, it's just not true. And I really like how accurate this particular series is to just the hard work, and just the kind of interesting characters and personality types that you have to be a dancer. I really like all of the interactions between the characters, and also the struggle of trying to find a partner, because that is a huge part of ballroom dancing. Obviously, it's a two-person sport. You can't do it alone, and so you want to have someone who is supportive of you, and that kind of knows you and knows your rhythm and knows your attitude like the back of their hand. My dance partner I was with for absolutely years, and I wouldn't say we're super duper close friends, but I could absolutely bet you that if we had to do a dance, not that either of us have danced in a long time, but if either of us had to, if we were forced into any kind of dance, I'm pretty sure we would have the timing spot on. Wouldn't even have to warm up. It's just that kind of ingrained rhythm matching that you have to have with this person. And hopefully you're friends. That's not always the case. But good partnerships tend to stick together for a long, long time. And that's something that our protagonist is kind of working through currently. Phenomenal series. It does have an anime. I haven't watched it, but it is on Amazon Prime, Video, whatever it is. And it did get a disc release in the UK, so there's ways to watch it, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet because I don't know, it's dynamic enough in the manga, and I've heard kind of mixed things about the anime, so I don't know if I want to watch it. I probably will get around to it someday, but it's not super duper high priority, if that makes sense. Welcome to the Ballroom. It is one that I think it's on hiatus currently, so like with Gangsta, I feel like people were reading this, but now it's on hiatus, so it's kind of, people forgot about it, and I hope that when we see Volume 10, because I think it is off of hiatus now, I can't remember, but whenever we see Volume 10, it might rejuvenate interest in the series, and I hope to keep reading it, because it's, as I said, it's really nice to have a ballroom dancing manga that takes the dancing seriously, treats its characters like athletes, and gives sort of competitive dance the respect it so often misses out on. It's very, very good. So on the bottom level of this bookcase, we have some more art books. These are probably some, I guess, more extensive and proper art books for particular creators. The first one is Koroboshi Kohaku's art books for Kino's Journey, The Beautiful World. This has some great artwork, but it is kind of muted colors, which is pretty in tone for the Kino novels and the Kino series in general. So a lot of browns, lots of yellows, greens, muted colors. It also has a short story, like additional little bit here in the book. And then we have some extra artwork. This is from Alison and Lilia. I think that's what the show is called. And some of the other books that this artist has worked on throughout the course of their career. Very particular style, but it works. And I've owned this art book for a long time. Really happy with it. Ugh. Next to that is Angel Eyes, which is the Akimi Yoshida art book for, if I could pull it out, Banana Fish, which is obviously for the manga of the same name. It really has the 80s/90s style, which I think really works well for the manga. I know the anime updated the style to be a bit more modern, set in modern day, but I really like the look of the manga. I think it's very stylish, and this particular art book really feels like a fashion magazine, kind of, I don't know, there's just, it feels like these characters are on the cover of Vogue, which is kind of a trend with this era of art book, just in general. But there's some lovely pieces here. A lot of stuff that could make your heart hurt if you're a Banana Fish fan, because the series itself will make your heart hurt, just as expected. And yeah, oh god, Cape Cod 1985, which is gonna wreck me. And then these are all the photos from that period. And I mean, not photos, but it's meant to be like a story in photographs. It's really well done, and this particular art book was re-released thanks to the popularity of the new anime, so thanks for that. I'm really happy. Thank you. Ooh. If I could just readjust my camera, not pull up whilst I'm trying to reach for books. Next is book 1 and book 2 of the Yanotoboso art book. I have art book overviews for both of these. They are so beautiful, and if even if you're not a Black Butler fan, Tabosa's artwork is just incredible. I'm only going to open the first one, but oh, costume design, so beautiful. And it's just like with most art books, it's just a collection of promotional artwork and just normal artwork for the series that fans may recognize. It's just a good time all around for, yeah. There's that one, and then there's also volume 2. I'm hoping that we see a third volume for these art books soon, because it's kind of due for a second volume. Don't you think, Japan? Probably not. Next is, this is for Children of the Sea, a wonderful series by Daisuke Igurashi. This has a color book, or a book full of color illustrations, and then a book with black and white illustrations. This has art from all of his different series. Really love how he captures the sea. It's just so magical, and I love it. I am hoping to do a proper art book overview of these books sometime in the future. I just haven't had the time. So yeah, I'll get around to it at some point. Another newish addition to the collection are these 2 books, which are not technically art books, but they're Umineko Nakamura's short story collections, and they are printed in really beautiful ways with a pop color per short story. These are from the Gothic and Lolita Bibles that she contributed to, so they all have kind of a gothy theme to them, which is always a good thing. This one has a silver pop to it, and yeah, there's a lot of really wonderful things, but you can tell like this is all in Japanese, so it's not English friendly release, but it's just so stylish that I don't even mind that I can't read it, if that makes sense. I use it as an art book. It's not all the time that I buy books that I can't read, as you guys know. This one is the same thing, pretty much. It's just the second half of those same story collections. So all of her works for this particular publication in one book. Oh, so beautiful. So lovely. And my arm is starting to hurt. So yeah, really, really happy to have those. I bought both of these, plus this book, and also Kino back in the day from Mandarake. So I think they were technically secondhand, but Japanese books, secondhand books, are almost always in perfect condition. So I never feel like it's a bad thing to buy secondhand books from Mandarake. This is the setting and illustration book for the Tekken Concrete film. This was crowdfunded, and you can see here's the director's signature and some more signatures. This is, as you can see, just kind of artwork, sketches, a lot of stuff in relation to this film, which is really cool because I really love this film. There's other art books in relation to this film already available and already printed, but this one I contributed to the crowdfunding and was really happy with this release. It's a good addition for anyone who likes this film and wants more keyframe art and character stuff and background stuff. It's a cool little thing to have, and it has a Kickstarter or a crowdfunding thing, dust jacket, and then it has the normal one, which is this one. So it came with like double dust jacket. Oh my god, there's an obi underneath us here. Oh my gosh, I didn't even know that. You can tell I don't take the dust jacket off. So you can buy this as a wide release, but this did get that dust jacket with it. Oof. Next is Mirror, which is an art book for the mangaka of 10 Count and other various BL works. So this has a bunch of her artwork from 10 Count, which is not a series I like, but oh my god, is she a talented artist. I've been enjoying Grenadiers, which is her non-BL work. 7 Days, she's the artist on, and I absolutely adore that series. This is Grenadiers, I think. Maybe not. That one is, I know for sure. So there's a lot of stuff that she's worked on, but I think she's most well known for 10 Count, which is a series that she both wrote and illustrated. 7 Days she only did the artwork for, and there's another BL work that only has a digital release that I have read and I do wish was in print, that I would support, because 10 Count, there's too many issues with it. I don't like it very much, but she is a very talented author, or a very talented artist at least, and her art book is beautiful. Next to that is, oh my gosh, if I could pull it out, Kimi Toroke art book. So full of art for the manga. Look how beautiful it is. Oh, this is a series I do really think is sweet and cute, but it is very long, and 30 volumes is too long for this kind of manga. I love it, but oh my goodness, it takes up a lot of shelf space. And I look forward to whatever this mangaka's next work is, because I think she was able to write a really sweet relationship and really sweet characters and really great friendships. I really do like what Kimi Toroke is and what it represents and how it handles its topics. But oh my god, 30 volumes is a long series. But this art book is beautiful. Her artwork is beautiful. And I really am happy that we did get an art book and I was able to buy this one. I think I also got from Mandarake. I can't remember. Probably. I usually get my art books from Mandarake because they're like new, and usually they ship for cheaper than if I got them off of Amazon. Next is a book that came with a limited edition volume of the manga, Japanese manga, that is. And this is Yona illustrations, so art from Yona of the Dawn. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, obviously, you guys know I love Yona. Most people love Yona. Everyone who's tried Yona loves Yona. Let's be real. It's a fantastic series, and as of now, this is the closest thing we've gotten to an art book. There's some phenomenal pieces here. Really love it. And it's just overall just really beautiful. And look, we got our dragons, and then we got our other human characters. I mean, the dragons are humans, but modern, AU, everyone's got cell phones, except for Yona. Why does Yona not have a cell phone? Literally everyone else has a cell phone. Weird. Yeah, we got dragons, green, yellow, and then white and blue. Oh, Yona, I love you. You're a great series, and you deserve to be loved because you're phenomenal. Next is, if I could pull it out, a doujin, Carmen. This is an STEM doujin. So STEM is a pretty well-known BL mangaka, and this is a doujin, BL doujin, about two lovers, one who is a bullfighter, and then the woman Carmen who gets between them, and it's a tragedy. This was part of Toronto Comic Festival. What is it? Toronto Comic and whatever it is. When SM was a guest there, and this was printed and obviously published in English by Beguiling Books, which is a kind of niche indie printer. The editor of Beguiling Books has just started a new imprint and has a Kickstarter right now, which is really exciting, and I have pledged towards, because I like their books and I like the fact that they bring over some pretty interesting stuff. But that was printed for the event and is still available on their website to buy if you were not there at the time. This is the Pray for KyoAni art book. So this just contains artwork from various animators and artists from Kyoto Animation in memory of those who lost their lives in the arson attack against KyoAni. And this was sold for not a huge amount, but it was sold to raise money for the victims and for the studio and various other things, crowdfunding type of deal. And as I said, it's a huge tragedy. It's one that will continue to impact the industry for years to come. The loss of so many talented individuals is horrific, just absolutely incomprehensible that it would happen at all. But even the fact that it would happen at all is horrible, but the fact that KyoAni was the studio that was affected, that was so well known for treating their animators and their workers, employees so well, had so many more benefits, was very female focused, and had a lot of kind of industry changing and industry firsts towards their female run. There was a lot of daycare and childcare and maternity leave types of packages and incentives that really no other studio had. And from what I have heard was just and still is, because obviously it still exists, but it's just one of the best places to work for any animator, but especially for young women. And so it is, it was a no-brainer for me to buy this, frankly, and it is something that's very near and dear to my heart, and just absolutely, really a horrific thing that happened this year, and I don't think one that will be easily forgotten, and hopefully will never be forgotten, because the loss of so many talented people is such a tragedy. Next, a little bit of a change of pace, we have a Moto Hagio art book. This is for a bunch of her sci-fi works, and oh, look at Star Red on there, so beautiful. This is a series we do not have in English, but I would pay a lot for. They Were 11. I talked about this and showed it off earlier. This is a bunch of her sci-fi stuff. Look how beautiful that is. I am in love. I love her style. And for those not in the know, a lot of her works, some of her most popular works, are sci-fi. She is kind of a sci-fi mangaka first and foremost. She also did a lot of classic types of setting, like with Heart of Thomas and Po Clan and all of that. But I would say They Are 11 and like A Prime and a lot of Otherworld Barbara is her newer books, and Star Red, of course, as well. I think it's easy to forget that a lot of these creators were really pushing the envelope with sci-fi and what could be shoujo manga, and just revolutionizing. Oh my god, my words. Revolutionary to just the manga movement in general, but especially shoujo. Really happy with this book. Absolutely adore it. And I hope that, I know a couple people who own this, and it's good because I think it's a fantastic book and it definitely deserves to be owned. This one, another book from a creator I love. This is Takako Shimura's illustration book. So this is the creator of Wandering Sun. which I already gushed about today, as well as on the cover here we have Sweet Blue Flowers. This is a collection of artwork from all of her major manga. I really love her watercolor type of art. This is all artwork from Wandering Sun. Beautiful, just absolutely beautiful. Make me cry, but I adore it. I just really love the lightness that is her artwork. Oh, this here we have some other earlier works. This is the wrestling one that I'd love to read, honestly. Some great stuff. And then, of course, I can't remember the name of this one, but I'm trying to find Sweet Blue Flowers because I do know there's a lot of it. Might be towards the back because that's kind of a more recent series. Oh my god, there was Madoka fan art back there. Look, Madoka and Evangelion. Yeah, Sweet Blue Flowers. So you just get a real overview for all of her work. And yeah, again, as I said, her watercolor style is really appealing. Something I really love. Definitely worth the investment. And of course, as a huge fan of hers, it was a no-brainer for me to buy that book. All three of these are more kind of doujin releases. Dimensional Flats, Grey World, and Crystal Bone Drive, all by Tetsunori Tawaraya. This is all published by Holo Press. Is it Holo Book Press? Yeah, Holo Press. And you can see they're like silver. And inside the whole thing is silver. Like, it's such a cool effect. There's a currently, like, all of it is in silver. These are very indie, like, interesting self-published works. Usually, generally, sci-fi. You can see there's a lot of minutia of detail and weird monsters and body horror kind of alien stuff in Tetsunori's work. We are a more recent series, or another book of his is being published very, very soon. It was just announced. I just saw the announcement for it yesterday or today, so really excited for that. And I found these along with some of those cargo works that I showed off last time, and a local seller just trying to get rid of their stuff. I'm like, oh my gosh, what a find. Next is the official fan book of Time of Eve. This was a part of the Kickstarter rewards for the movie. So it has a bunch of stuff in there. It's all in English. And really exciting to have this, especially because there's a lot of information here. And ooh, there's a short story at the back. But I'm pretty sure you can still buy this. I don't think it was a Kickstarter exclusive. It might have been. But they might be selling copies on Right Stuff. And if it is, pick it up. Put out by Pied Piper, who have only done this Kickstarter and Skip Beat, but both great crowdfunding campaigns. Natsume Ono for House of Five Leaves. Ooh, I love, again, remember how I said it looks kind of like a fashion magazine? Look how stylish. I love her art. I love her character designs. I think her art style is just so striking, so memorable, and so unique to her. It's just phenomenal. I know some people don't like her art style. I'm going to fight those people because they have a wrong opinion. And there's just something so beautiful and simple to her artwork, and yet so effective. This is a really wonderful little book, and it came with a postcard and a little paper thing. And this slipcover is Japanese, like the washi paper. Oh my gosh, it feels so nice. Just the attention to detail when it comes to some of these Japanese art books. You got to applaud them. Next is this Best of Yusuke Nakamura. So if you don't know, this is an artist who you may recognize. They did a lot of art. They do a lot of artwork. They do the art for a lot of the CDs for Asian Kung Fu Generation, which is what a lot of those earlier works were. They also did the artwork for Tatami Galaxy and Night of Short Walk On Girl. Very, very iconic looking pieces. Again, an artist where I really like their work. I think it's Japanese kind of pop art, and it works so well. It's just bright and vibrant, but very unique to this particular artist. See, here's the Tatami Galaxy stuff. Oh, it's so beautiful. Really, really worth giving a look at. And this is 15 years worth of work, or the best of the best for this particular artist. He does have other art books out there, but they're pretty hard to track down, so I just got that one, which was the most recent at the time. Next, we have another BL artwork, or art book creator, Ko Yonoda, whom longtime viewers of the channel will know is one of, if not my absolute favorite BL, like purely BL mangaka of all time. This is the art book for her 10th anniversary. It came out in 2017. And most of this, if not all of this, is work for her most popular series, which is Twittering Birds Never Fly. We have some manga here that's included, but of course color artwork as well. And Twittering Birds Never Fly, if you don't know, is the story of a Yakuza boss and kind of a guy who he hires as his bodyguard. I like this series as well. So yeah, it has all of her stuff, not just Twittering Birds. But Twittering Birds is probably the one that most people know. This is Twittering Birds, so is this. But this, like, pretty high up guy in the Yakuza is kind of known within the group as being just like sleeping around with everyone. He's a bit of a easy lay. And this bodyguard is, he suffers with erectile dysfunction, I should say. What is dysfunction? That's not even a word. Defunct is a word, but not this. Erectile dysfunction. And so, it's kind of, it changes how they interact and thus their relationship. And yet, this bodyguard is kind of in love, or definitely in love with and attracted to this other man. And it's a very dark and complicated and Ko Yonoda, has perfected the kind of Yakuza BL demographic, and her work is phenomenal. I love it so much. And the Twittering Birds Never Fly is getting a film 2020. I'm so excited. I'm really looking forward to it. The manga also just recently got a reprint, so June has told us. I don't know whether that means it's still available on their website or if you can still order it, but the first 3 volumes have been released by them. I'm hoping we may see other volumes, although I hate to encourage them because their series are always in hell, always in reprint hell and just out of print crazy prices. But track down Ko Yonoda's work if you can, and if you're a fan of BL. Finally is another Boys Life or BL book. This is Haruko Kumata's Boys Life book. This has a bunch of artwork from her BL series, most notably My Darling Kitten Hair? Yeah, My Darling Kitten Hair, which is this series here, which is not available in English, but I would very much like it to be available in English. You may recognize this mangaka and their style. This is the same creator who did Descending Stories, which was one of my favorite manga of all time. Of all time, full stop. This, for any of you who know and who listen to our podcast, this is Ray from Whimsical Pictures' favorite BL manga as well. She absolutely adores it. And from everything I've heard about it and everything I know about it, I can absolutely understand why. I wish we got more of Kumata's BL in print, because there's a couple of her series that are available. Shinjuku Lucky Hole, which does have art in here at some point, is available legally from Futakiya, which is a digital BL legal service, and is really good. Also, you should read it. But I want some of her stuff in print. This is Shinjuku Lucky Hole stuff, which is about an aging porn star and his romance with kind of an ex-yakuza who, in their partnership, and kind of, because they run like a porn studio, it's a whole thing. It's a bit sleazy, but that's the way you like it. I just love her characters and how they interact. They're very funny and they're just very human. Just very human. Yeah. I mean, and then, I'd love to read this one. I'd love to own this one in English. This is the one where one of the characters has a daughter and they kind of raise the daughter together. Oh, it's so good. So good. And quite a few of her, as I said, titles, BL titles, are available digitally, but I want them in print. I always support them digitally whenever I can, but it sure would be good if companies decided to take my money. I'd pay for them. It'd be a good time. So obviously this book is very BL focused because that's what it says on the cover. So you get exactly what you pay for, pretty much. Haruko Kumata, wonderful artist, wonderful at her job, and I love her character design. And if you take this slipcover off, you got the colored underneath for these two characters. So yeah, really, really happy. And this was a relatively new pickup as well. Just, I think, again, a Mandarake pickup, which is good for me. Now, the rest of the shelf, we have kind of a stack of boxes here. The first one is the box for the Wolfstrain Ultimate Edition that came out in the UK. This is what the Blu-rays were packaged in. They specially printed a box. There's nothing in it, but I didn't want to throw the box away because it's pretty nice. It's nice designed, although mine did arrive with damage, which isn't a huge deal. But it'd be a nice box to keep something in at some point. Then we have, it says Chihayafuru art book, which is kind of true, kind of not true. This is what Huntress fan got from the Chihayafuru exhibit that they so kindly purchased for me and sent to me. Because they were going and I wasn't. This is sort of a collection of oversized posters. It's not bound or anything, but oh my god, it's so beautiful. Look, it's so beautiful. My girl! Absolutely gorgeous. I don't know why they did it this way, like just a collection of loose posters, but I'm not going to complain. It's a lot of good with this series, and I love it. Do I need to say that, or does everyone already know that? You should. Chihayafuru, one of my absolute favorite series of all time. One of the best series, in my opinion, both currently going and just kind of all time. And the fact that something that is so uniquely Japanese, so inherently made to kind of be different and shouldn't have any kind of if you just take it purely as like about a sport, it shouldn't have any appeal to people outside of Japan, and yet it is amazing. Next we have the Obata's art book for Death Note, Black and Noir, so white and black. This is, you can see, it's got this kind of postery thing. It has a couple of different, it's got a small version of it. It's got some alternate postery things, and then the book itself is very large, A3, is it A3? I believe so. Trim size, and then, you know, some iconic Obata artwork for this series that everybody knows and loves and adores, and I like Obata is a very good artist, which is why I own this, and Death Note is a very good series, but you know, I also have his Hikaru no Go art book, and I personally prefer that one, but a lot of great stuff in this one. And of course, towards the end, you have a bunch of different other stuff that he's worked on. Hikaru no Go! Hikaru! This is what I care about. Look at that beautiful Sai. Oh, Sai, I love you. Some just beautiful work. And we got Akira, Hikaru, Sai. It's just, it's really nice having the artwork of a series that I absolutely love in this art book as well as having the actual more dedicated art book for Hikaru no Go. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't read Hikaru no Go and you like Obata's artwork, I would highly encourage you to read it, because personally, I find it way better than all of the other stuff that he's illustrated for Oba, especially Bakuman and Platinum End. But I'm not bitter, I promise. Finally, we have the Pandora box, which is the huge chest of the Pandora Hearts manga re-release from Yen Press. You can see here they have all 12 2-in-1 omnibuses for this very wonderful, interesting kind of Wizard of Oz style shonen action manga with a twist. It's a really interesting one. I think it takes a little bit to get going, but once it does, it absolutely is incredible. It's a very hard-hitting kind of shonen that fits well with Black Butler and other shonen of this ilk. It's a very G-fantasy type of story, which is a good thing, in my opinion. So that's the whole series. Really, really solid. And I don't know if you can buy this box anymore, but I'm pretty sure you can probably hunt down the singles fairly easily. It's not too hard. But Pandora Hearts is about a young boy called Oz who kind of gets sucked into a alternate dimension in which he makes a deal with the Black Rabbit. During this kind of weird culty ritual on his birthday, when he emerges from where this ritual sucked him into, he finds himself bound to a young girl called Alice, and he realizes that although it had only been like a short while within this alternate dimension, the time passed in real time has been a lot. It's been a long time. And his best friend is now 10 years older, so he's kind of an adult. And Oz is trying to figure out this whole mystery and what was going on and why this happened to him, and the larger conspiracy about the various houses, including his own, the Versailles house. And Yeah, it's very, very good. It does have a lot of like borrowing and usage from Alice in Wonderland and Wizard of Oz and things like that. But it's mainly Alice in Wonderland, aside from Oz's name, which is obviously Wizard of Oz. But it doesn't really, it just apes those kinds of things for aesthetic reasons, I guess. We have characters who are like the Cheshire Cat and stuff, but it's not really important to the story. It's just kind of an additional bit of flair to the setting. But it's very, 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 very good. Maybe not for people who prefer a lot more like overt. It's not for people who prefer like jump style shonen action, but it's very good. And if you are liking a bit more of the G fantasy style, kind of a bit baity for Fujos, but otherwise like it does like that's so what. It's just got a different kind of feel to it. And yeah, I like G Fantasy series a lot, and this one is just another one that is really, really wonderful. And I really love Mochizuki's current work, which is the case study of Vanitas, which is vampires in a steampunk historical setting of Paris. If that doesn't sound like the coolest thing, I don't know. You need to get your priorities straight, because this one is very good. It's Victorian England style, steampunky, and not super steampunky, but it's kind of Victorian-esque steampunky, Alice in Wonderland action shonen with drama. But there's no vampires. So if you're wanting vampires, and if you're wanting France, and if you're wanting like even more homoerotic tension, check out Case Study for Vanitas. But they're both very, very good, and I recommend them both.